can hurt you like you hurt me too, me too. We're letting go, drifting apart. We're letting go, drifting apart. I can hurt you like you hurt me too, me too. We're letting go, drifting apart. We're letting go, drifting apart. We're letting go, drifting apart. I can hurt you like you hurt me too, me too. We're letting go, drifting apart. We're letting go, drifting apart. I can hurt you like you hurt me too, me too. We're letting go, drifting apart. We're letting go, drifting apart. I can hurt you like you hurt me too, me too. We're letting go, drifting apart. We're letting go, drifting apart. can hurt you like you hurt me too. Me too. We're letting go, drifting apart. We're letting go, drifting apart. I can hurt you like you hurt me too. Me too. We're letting go, drifting apart. We're letting go, drifting like you hurt me too. Me too. We're letting go, drifting apart. We're letting go, drifting apart. I can hurt you like you hurt me too. Me too. We're letting go, drifting apart. We're letting go, drifting
Another month, another week, another day, another season. Ninja Battles is back. It's week 4, baby. I'm BallGW, joined by Monster D-Face. Monster, how you doing, man?
Hey, ready. We've seen a lot of solos actions. We're getting back to that good high fashion trio. But not only that, the season is changing and we have so much more to uncover now that we have the new meta.
100% we do. And speaking of changes, speaking of trios, we got a little change here on the broadcast as well. We got a surprise. Ninja is joining us on the cast. Ninja, do we have you, my man?
Yo, what's going on, guys? Excited to be here. Thank you guys for having me, man. I'm really pumped to see all these talented players pop off with the brand new season 4. Also, you guys mentioned new changes competitively. I'd love to go through those.
Absolutely. Let's start. I mean, Monster, trios with 50% chest spawn. Walk me through with how that's different this season.
Hey, forget about how it's different. It's very, very different. It's going to play into the benefit of the players, though. This is what Ninja Battle specializes in. It breaks down how many players are actually jumping into this Fortnite world, right? So if there's a time to experiment, it's now, and this is where you want to see it unfold.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about the players. Sorry to cut you off there because we do have a lot of players to get through. There are so many talented squads, and here they are up on your screen right now. It changes week to week, but Ninja, who are some of the guys that you're looking out for here?
I mean, every single person in here is super talented and has the potential to win this, man. I mean, the FaZe squad, you're looking at number 20, right? Dubs, Mega Bizzle, I mean, always a favorite. Recently allowed Zexro back in. Kid's an absolute monster. Him, Macwood, and Young Calc. I mean, they're also just straight dominating. But of course, I got to root for my boy Reverse 2K. His trio's in here, team number 9. I'd love to see them take this week, man.
Monster, any names here for you to look out for?
Hey, cool trios like the Booga Chap Jamper squad coming out of nowhere. You got to keep out for them. And I know we talked briefly about Mr. Savage, Leshy, and Benji coming in offline, but come on, who let these guys in across from the other side of the world?
That's crazy. Yes, they will be here. This is going to be exciting as well. Let's take a look about how these guys are actually playing and what's at stake, because Ninja Battles always brings the heat. Format is, what we're used to seeing. It's the old Trios format that we saw from Trios FNCS. Now, 10 points for the Victory Royale and then 1 point per elim. There's also $80,000 on the line this week, Ninja. That is a lot of bread.
It's a lot of cash, man, and it's so great to see a lot of these young kids who are able to just win so much money. Obviously, playing Fortnite, man. Let's get it. I love this shit.
This is amazing. And every single time we watch Ninja Battles, there are some really, really cool things that come out, because I think that we saw the team list. There's 60 players, only 20 teams with the max usually of 33. Monster, how does that actually affect these games in competitive Fortnite in general?
It gives them more time. It gives them more space to land out, get situated, get sorted. More importantly, it allows teams to take engagements without the fear of someone stepping in and kind of hounding into the battle, right? So you can be sure that you're probably going to have an isolated battle if you decide to engage in one, if it happens at all, and it kind of raises the stakes a little bit.
Yeah.
Speaking of stakes a little bit here, Ninja, obviously there are some teams, you alluded Zexro coming back with Calc and Macwood, but I'm looking at some of these off-spawn fights that may or may not happen, because in the past we haven't really seen too many crazy battles, but this time in Season 4, Doom's Domain is here, and Zayt and Saf are not going to let that go, but meanwhile, you also spoke about Bizzle. He's not letting that go either.
Yeah, I mean, fighting off spawn is always going to be risky, and I think that this is why I love Ninja Battle so much, how there's always not as many teams, not a full roster, right, 100 people landing, is that you really get, like, the skill speaks for itself as the game goes on, right? Those early game battles, it's honestly usually a toss-up. You can't always say the top players are going to win unless they're just straight up some of the best players in the game who are landing there. What I mean by that is, I think that obviously we're going to see a lot of people hopefully kind of giving that spot. I don't know if Bizzle's actually going to continue to contest that. I would really like to see all these guys fight late game when they have mats, they have the weapons that they like, and they're obviously fighting comfortably. And that's when you really get that's when the top team shine. I'm stoked, and I guess we're going to find out who is going to land there. I wonder if they're going to contest it, man.
That we will. And I think there might even be some inkling of Mr. Savage, Letchi, and Benji also going over there, because that's their home over on EU. Absolutely. So, speaking of endgame, a little Monster, obviously that's where everybody wants to get to, but how are you actually capitalizing in a format like this in endgame?
Yeah, endgame in trios is a little different than your solo meta and what you're used to. Typically, players are bearish to take high ground in zone 6. Not in trios. It's never, ever safe. High ground is never safe. Shockwaves in play being more dominant now than ever. New strategies being developed, right, with bouncers in play. So even the way mobility, the entire dynamic of endgame, it's shifted a lot. And let's not forget, crash pads are now reduced. So this is the first time in team-based game mode we'll see those play out, and who even prioritize them as a squad.
Yeah, Boogie Bomb's out as well. That's definitely something we got to pay attention to, is the mobility as we get towards these end games. But back towards the teams a little bit. Our previous winner was Bucky Creo and Kanata. Now, that team is kind of split off a little. Now it's Bucky Creo and Stretch. And then on the other side, Zayt Saf are playing with Unknown Army. What I want to talk about is these consistent teams. Both of those guys, with whatever mixes they've had throughout the weeks, have been at the top of the leaderboard or winning. And also another team, Ninja, you mentioned it, Reverse 2K.
Yeah.
Day and Miro are actually playing, and they are one of the teams who have won a game every single time that they've played at Ninja Battles.
Dude, Reverse is just incredibly talented, and I think that no matter who he plays with, I honestly I feel bad, kind of held my boy back for a while, not taking competitive super serious, but also like to think that maybe he got an opportunity with a lot of these guys because of maybe the exposure. But dude, Reverse, he's incredible, and I think that obviously, again, I think they can win it. You said they've won a one game every single week. I think dude, let's hope they do it again.
Let's see if they can. That's definitely one that we're going to be paying attention to. It has been, of course, different mixes here and there, and that's the style of Ninja Battles week after week. We have these captains who pick their teammates and whatnot. So Reverse 2K, one time I think was playing with Graska and Daxor, and then last time I think they were playing with the full trio of Miro and
he's all over the place.
Exactly. Completely all over the place. And we have been all over the place too, because every single Ninja Battles has almost occurred in a different season except for the first two. But that one too.
I mean, that's amazing, right? Isn't that awesome, man? Yeah, keeping everyone on their toes, bro. New season, every single Ninja Battle, shit's getting pushed back, bro. But yeah, man.
That it is. So we do have 1 minute until we get into the game. The players are loading it in right now. Monster, I want your thoughts, your predictions. What's going to happen in this first game?
I mean, for what it's worth, first game, it could be anyone's ball game. I think jitters are going to be there. I'm going to give it to Zextro, Mac and Calc. I think they're scary.
Yeah, they're absolutely scary, man. I think Zex is going to be hungry coming back this week, and I think they're going to take the first game too.
So hopefully reserved and hungry at the same time. I mean, that was a team that came out of week number one. They came out week number one swinging. I mean, ridiculous things. And that was a meta where we were playing actually the normal mode too. So it wasn't what they were used to in comp. So maybe this week we'll get to see that again. Also, shout outs to Emad. He's back again this week. He took week number 2 with Bizzle, and I think it was Commandment or Scented. I can't quite remember, but regardless, that's the first two. Then, of course, I mentioned Bucky Creo and Kanata. We do have game number 1 underway out of 5. So let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Ninja Battles featuring Fortnite for week number 4.
Here it is, that battle bus split happening just like that. It's going east to west here, and everyone's going to be able to take a stab at the map here. We talked about what would occur over at the Doom's Domain. I mean, Ninja, you brought it up. You said you want to see them land there, or you don't want to see the fight early on?
Man, I don't like seeing the fights early on. Again, you're going to see a lot of the RNG with obviously the chest not being 100% on top of people not being, comfortable with, whatever guns they might get, right? Someone doesn't get a shotgun early. I mean, that could literally change the entirety of the first fight. So that's why I always like when people, tend to fight later on. Battles are a lot more consistent. A lot more fun to watch, too.
That they are, and we do have Scope, Season Blake contesting against Nick A30 replays and Punisher, and it's already an early disengage, so exactly like, well, not necessarily disengage, they're still saying right on the outskirts, but exactly what you're talking about, and for good reason. But there is the new Quinjet that we have in Season 4 that's actually spawned up on the north side of this Misty Lake, so Nick A30, Punisher, and crew might actually come out of this way ahead, even though they got the lower amounts of spawns.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say, right? It's the way you split these POIs. It's all calculated. You really have to think levels beyond. And the fact that they're playing the southern portion, I mean, it's a bit of a gamble, because if the Quinjet didn't spawn here, they didn't have access to this loot. Lazy Lake's is a spot that can be split between two, but you don't get that major center point. I think it becomes a little tough.
Definitely. I don't really know. I've landed there a lot, man. I'm not really a big fan of Lazy Lake. I hate the buildings, the way that they're designed. It's very difficult to fight inside, you know what I mean? You always have to put a pyramid up to block, shots from above and never an actual floor. It's very frustrating. I feel like there's not enough loot here to split between two teams. And are they hunting them down right now, or what's going on?
It looks like they might go for some tags. Absolutely, right over the edge too, and they're stuck down in that
it's
Quinjet.
happening.
Good thing
It's 100%
they're
happening.
actually building out against this. I'm wondering though if this is just some light tags, some light prodding, or this is going to be a full engage from C-Scoped and Blake. It's potentially definitely going to happen, but Peppers to disengage are still there.
Oh,
Yeah, ooh, that was
almost
close.
almost a counterfire there onto Scope. You saw he was peeking a little too long there, but they're aggressive here. Ninja, they want to take this battle. Looks like they're pushing in. They want a piece of this action right now.
I have no idea why. I mean, they're just obviously confident, man. Like, he's driving a car directly at these guys in the middle of the fight. Now they're taking high ground, and it looks like they're going to be able to, and they have the advantage. I don't see. Here's the thing. This is what I'm talking about, right? These early game fights, Cease's almost out of SMG ammo, right? He hasn't even gotten a chance to use a shot yet. I know that one of Nick's teammates has a sniper rifle. That might be his only gun. So I think that this fight's going to go to Cease and the boys.
I think so
Nick's
too.
already
They're definitely
down. Boom.
down and out, but Scoped is down too, so it's still a 2 versus 2. Punisher and Replays could still have this happen. Blake and Cease have all of a sudden got pinched between both sides,
I wonder.
and you've got the legendary charge shotgun available over here. We thought that they might be low on loot, but it doesn't look
Right.
like it at all. And there it is, out to the back. He's in the box. You got to be careful here for Punisher, and one runs in front of Replays. All of a sudden, this is getting
Here it
crazy.
is.
Also, Punisher down too, and even more. Yes, there it is, Ninja, just like you called it.
Yeah, man. I mean, I wonder what happened. I think Scope must have gotten sniped. There's no shot he got beamed with an AR. I don't think that he'd let himself get knocked like that. So, but I also didn't realize that there was a legendary charge shotgun that Punisher had. Definitely could have won that fight. I really thought they were at a disadvantage, but they must have got a really good drop from the ship. Still, I mean, when you're confident, you're that confident, man, you look real stupid if you don't win that fight when you're charging at them with a car. So, good on them for winning that.
100%.
Stevie Stacks. Got Has, Coop, and Agers completely uncontested. What does this mean for them and their future, Monster?
Hey, I mean, this is a good draw spot. We've seen players like Teak already come out on top. This northeastern portion becoming a super favor for the pros. That late rotate, we know Stark Industries can be super beneficial to a team coming in, so we'll see if there's extra goodies here. But this is a popular team. This is a pretty exciting team to see unfold. Mr. Savage, Benji and Lashid here going to the northern portions looking for a fight as well. He said, forget that early game passive stuff you guys were kicking in the pre-show, right? No, we want to fight. We're here to have some fun. And if there's a team to do it, it's the guys from the EU, right? They have the least to worry about.
Yeah, I'm always concerned, obviously, about the ping difference, man. I really wish we could live in a world where somehow ping it didn't mean anything in gaming. It's really frustrating that, you know, obviously there's a barrier for people when it comes to certain tournaments and eligibility. But these guys, I mean, I don't think it matters. I mean, if I had $1 for every time I've seen Benji, Fishy, Savage, and all these EU guys, Mongrel and them just pop off and literally place top 5, top 10 in a cash cup, even if it's an NA, right? Like, they can do it. So I don't think they care, you know. I wonder how they, you know, if they change their play style at all when they're playing on the ping, if they're just going more aggressive. But I mean, these guys are freaks and they're incredible to watch.
They definitely changed a little bit, but not necessarily too much. And oftentimes they can just switch it right back on.
Right.
For Benji specifically, who does that time and time again. You mentioned the cash cup performances, but here they're in a fight against Crunchy and Crew, and they've got a nice split. J2 Fishy, as far away as they are, Benji and them pushing in. Now they've got a split. They've got a pinch that will make this very difficult for them to win. Who Fishy's got to be careful though. On that backside, if they actually discover that, they could pounce really fast.
Yeah, you saw he's just lurking, right? He's holding that little height and he's waiting to time his entry into this fight. And if he does it, everyone that's in the middle is going to have a problem. Look at that. They have that nice wide spread. So, I mean, the battle was wrapped up. It looks like they don't want to necessarily push in this time, but that could have been bad for both parties.
Yeah, I think you look at the Storm, it's obviously the line is pushing them very far away. I think that they're smart teams, right? Educated teams, they know that this is not a smart fight. Could have lasted a lot longer. Both, and then potentially grief both, you know, parties in the tide of the Storm. So smart disengage. I like that. Funk getting absolutely beamed by Demon Spec, man, with that new infantry rifle, even though it's, you know, it's obviously the Stark rifle. God, man. By the way, I love Nate and Funk so much, man. I didn't even. I looked on the team list and it looked like they weren't even together. It looked like I thought Nate had 2 different teammates. So I'm so happy to see them actually teaming together. They're so good. So always a threat.
And Tragic's is a new up-and-coming player as well. So when they're paired up with somebody that good as well, you could definitely think to see them back at the top of maybe some trios leaderboards. We'll have to see throughout the season. I know you, Reverse 2K, and those two played so well back in the squads days, and now we're back into team mode, so maybe it's back again for these guys.
Who knows, man? It looks like they're just dipping out, disengaging, taking it easy. Nice and chill, man. I love this, dude. Nice and peace and quiet, right? No fights. And like, dude, I compare the way that the Ninja Battle tournaments go when you don't have like a full 100 players. It's kind of like your League of Legends, kind of like, you know, like at a top competitive LCS level and in Worlds, like there's not too much action in the beginning, right? Everyone kind of lets each other farm, get their CS, you know, buy all their items, and then the fights start to happen with an occasional fight or two, right? A gank from the jungler. And that's kind of how this is, right? I mean, everyone kind of like, they get their loot, they get their mats, right? They get what they're comfortable with. And obviously, if there's an opportunity that's like almost guaranteed for an elimination, like we saw earlier in the game outside Lazy Lake, they'll take the fight and they'll go for the kills, right? For the extra points and the lead. But other than that, you really see a lot of disengaging in these low lobbies.
I really like that analogy. Like that, you know, it's calm and consistent, but sometimes there's some cheese thrown in. Sometimes there's a level one game. That type of thing. Yeah. So, I mean, look at the map. This is fairly well spread out, but you can already see there is some congestion up in the top left. We've seen multiple disengages through the center of the map, and it is pushing up towards Stark Industries, that wonderful big striking island in the center. I'm wondering who actually went there. If it was 3 teams originally, I'm going to guess it's Booga Chap and Jamper. That's those red arrows. That's who I think that is right there, because knowing them, they went to Stark Industries.
I was gonna say most likely, you know, Booga tried to claim the Booga's warehouse, so we know that's his drop spot right now. He does it in solos. I think they're doing it in trios here. There's a team coming in nice and late outside the zone, but this terrain specifically, right, it's gonna force people up there, and that's why we're seeing lack of player base, lack of player presence in the southern portions. They all want to get up and over this cliff here. This team right here, though, Who Fishy, man. Who Fishy is a fun player to watch play Fortnite. He's one of the, you know, rising stars in my opinion, as well as the up and comers. So this entire trio right here being in here, I think they're a sleeper one to be looked out for.
Yeah, I haven't heard of these guys, so I'm honestly really excited to see how they perform. And one thing I was actually wondering, I saw on the map. I mean, God, I don't know about you guys, man, but I mean, I play competitive long enough to I don't like being the storm, man. Like my anxiety is in the roof. Like you know, even if 1 tick, 2 tick, bro. Like I don't care what it is. I hate being in the storm. I just think I'm gonna get shot. Help. There's a team that was literally inside of what was it? Oh my God.
The zone there, yeah.
Yeah, like just so
Sweaty
far
Sands.
out. Like, Sweaty Sands. What are you doing? Like obviously, I'm sure they had a rift, but it's like, what if the rift's gone? Like. I don't know how they do it, man. Like I don't have that confidence. I just don't. I get so freaked out. But I think obviously they're alive and rotating in right now. But I don't like that, man. Oh, the cabbages. Right. There's so many cabbages there. That makes sense. And is it 5 or 10, by the way?
It's 5. 5 per
okay.
cabbage, and it's over time as well. So,
right.
I mean, it's not such a long time. You can pretty much instantly pop those, but in any case.
All right.
And do you see more towards center? This is where you're
close.
a little bit more comfortable, right? This is where you know you're not having the storm pushing you behind your back. Something that has come out though in the last couple of months or competitive seasons is this idea, this concept of dead side rotations, right? Staying and hugging the edge of zone, like we actually saw from Xset there. That team taking the car all the way up through Doom's Domain. Their spawn. Ninja is actually Fortilla, all the way in the bottom left of the map, so you can see how they want to come all the way up around the zone to get to where there's no congestion.
Right.
This.
Yeah,
Gotta be careful here.
Too close. Too close. A lot of people.
That's what I was gonna say. He's got to be very, very careful here. These teams are starting to huddle on top of one another now. You see Mega Dubs and Bizzle obviously taking major control of the big builds there, but there's another squad just hovering just outside of it. NPen, Aspect there, and Zunies. This might look to break out into a box fight.
Man, I would love to see a boxer right now. One thing I played obviously in a couple Ninja battles, and it's not the latency is a lot more forgiving than in the traditional tournaments and cups. So it's actually a little bit more consistent when you're fighting, and which is always great. Yeah, a lot of these teams are starting to close in, man, and I'm wondering, I'm wondering, you guys obviously have been casting a lot of every single one of these. I haven't seen any nade stacks or even attempts so far. I mean, are those still consistent, or are nades even in competitive still? I know that they're in regs.
Nades are gone out of competitive. I think we've learned our lesson a couple too many times.
Okay, that makes sense, man. I mean, God, it was nothing great, nothing better than chilling in a full 1x1 of brick. You're vibing, just doing all your tasks, your common tasks, like in Among Us,
Your common
and then,
task.
and then you just blow up and die in a millisecond.
That's Fortnite.
So,
Oh man, we're vibing, dude.
So-
This is big chills.
absolutely. I like to sometimes let the play and the map kind of speak for itself in a lot of cases here, because like you can see, you're saying congestion, you're saying they're starting to build these tension strings between every individual trio. Reverse 2K near Funk, Tragix, and Nate Hill, next to directly Scented, Edgy, and Commandment, who have popped off many times Ninja Battles after Ninja Battles. And in the distance, Creo, Bucky, and Stretch not too far away, and this zone continues to pull up and northeast, but right on the edge of Stark Industries. This massive overhang is actually so difficult to play in a competitive setting if
Right.
it pulls up or down. Now it's definitely a possibility and on the minds of all the players.
That's the
For sure. I mean,
roughest.
yeah.
That is the roughest part here, Ninja. Like the way the Stark Industry plays out now, this cliff lip is literally a vertical climb upwards, and there's no rifts over here. And if they are, they're probably going to be gate kept off of one team huddling up on top of it. So it's a coin flip. What side of the zone is going to pull? This is one of the most interesting end games we could possibly get here.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I mean, I've always been playing for the last 3 days grinding, and one of those is very frustrating if you don't have. Obviously, if you're not taking a zip or a rift to just launch above that, that direct vertical like you just said. But now I'm honestly scared for Reverse right now, man. He's separated from his team and he's in between 3 different squads, all alone, in his little brick 1x1. So it's kind of alarming. You're gonna see. I think I saw about 3 or 4 squads who are still out of zone, need to be rotating in. We might see some action on those rotations. But I mean, here right now, we might have a box fight breaking out on our hands.
That we might.
There
Right
it is.
inside. Yes, it is going to go fully into a box fight. Agers, Coop, and Haz against Dubs, Bizzle, and Emad, and they already wiped Haz down, so a 2 versus 3. One of these teams for sure, I'm going to guess Coop Agers, want something more for this endgame. Not happy with their situation, not happy with their mobility or their weaponry. Because if you're engaging right now on a fight that's not necessarily easy, because you don't have information on that team in the box, that is indicative of needing something.
Yeah, and you also got to think about it. The way Trios plays out specifically, it might be a lighter lobby now, but if you didn't get any tags, you're going to be in for it for Storm Surge later. So you have to pick and choose your battles. This could be just one of those ones where they're like, hey, man, it looked prime, but hey, they got punished for getting too close.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't know again how all, and I can't wait to honestly just keep grinding. I'm so excited. But I don't know exactly how the crash pads work. But I mean, it was flawless, man. They knew exactly what they were doing. They lined up all of the Bizzle boys, the FaZe boys. They lined up directly underneath the guy, and the 1x1 above them, threw that freaking crash pad, dropped them right into their box, and just crushed them instantly. And that's incredible coordination, especially when there's a lot of things going on. Wow. Oh, I mean. Is this good? They gotta get out of here, right? Obviously, they're just gonna take damage. What do they break these?
So the metal in the brick will stop burning very fast. You will take damage if you're stepping on it, so you got to be careful with that. But regardless, they also have to be worried about the backside of them. Aspect, Zunies, and NPen coming off Authority are starting to pressure Zayt, Saf, and Unknown. But what I'm seeing actually right now is one of those questions that I asked in the pre-show is who's going to actually contest these guys? And we didn't necessarily see any fights at Doom's Domain, so I'm wondering if they actually had a free path from Doom's Domain once again.
And the scary part about that is getting those gauntlets. Like, you don't see them pop up in solos, you see them pop up in trios, because now you can disperse the loadout a little more, right? Get a little more comfortable, get a little more flexible with what it is that you can work with. And that Doom's bomb, right, the mystical bomb, once it starts burning those builds, it's a game changer. It's a force out. You can really flush teams out, and it does a lot of damage just in general. Splash.
I always thought it was a great idea to add something that can slowly deteriorate builds, right, and encourage people, teams to obviously, continue to pressure and keep people away from freaking boxing up forever. And I absolutely love that. I love that burning effect. It's great, and thank God we have the new engine that allows these types of things to happen, which is great. But by the way, as you mentioned, I actually did think I saw that there was another squad that was landing with them at the beginning towards the expansion.
Yes.
So I do think it was potentially split or contested, but they also might have dipped off last second. Not sure.
The These guys, I call them the Godfathers, Zayt and Saf. These guys, just their presence somewhere,
Always.
in some cases, can just completely push. You know, you have an idea and it's like, okay, well, never mind. They got this, they got that, they got this. There's maybe no opportunity here for us to sneak in and grab the vault or anything like that. So we are approaching endgame. As we hear the 4th zone start to move and start to close, we get ever closer to that 5th zone. And Zayt, Saf, and Unknown right now, they have a good corner position, but everybody else as well. A lot of congestion on that north side. That's where we saw Mega, Dubs, all those guys, Bizzle as well. They're starting to move in too. And Coop, all on that north side. So many teams. And Monster, you called out the surge. There's the first notifications. We probably won't have it here, but we'll have it in the 7th.
Hey, there it is. I mean, we know it's going to happen. It's consistent with trios, consistent with the story and how it all unfolds. Someone's getting pressure or getting it going here is Zayt's team. They're putting that big mystical bomb to use. He's going to hit himself. Yeah, lucky he doesn't damage himself this time around, but they're looking to force some action. And just think about it too, right? If they hit the ball and it blows up the structures, it can force players into different layers. Really, you know, force the other guys to want to get into the action.
Right. And that's one thing that I always love, man. I'm super aggressive whenever I was competing, man. I always want to go for kills. I always want to show presence, right? I feel like sometimes when you're being too passive, you just end up not, you know, you're too scared to make plays and you end up just losing, right? It's like, oh, we'll do it next game. Oh, we'll make a play next game. And then eventually it's already, you know, game 4, game 5, and you still haven't made that play yet, even though you've had opportunities. So you can't play scared, and yeah, you're right. And the bomb, the energy bomb can obviously bait people.
They're getting
that
tagged.
storm surge coming in, man. God, this is another thing, right? If you take a lot more chances being aggressive, you're not going to take damage from storm surge. They're 76 below. They got to do some damage.
And they're definitely the only trio below. So
yeah,
Tilt,
they're getting
Peak,
ripped.
and Jared FPS, yeah, they're in trouble, and the entire server knows. They hear those potions going off. They hear the shields, so they kind of recognize that this is happening. They lose Jared. He'll go down in a second, but all the time that he's up. He's 12 above for now.
All right.
Zypha's up, Nosha's down. He's all the way up there, by the way. And we pulled zone all the way down to the southwest. That means Zayt, Saf, and Unknown are potentially way up on height with Doom's Cure.
Yeah, if they get high ground, we know what's going to happen. It's a rinse and repeat from that crew. They know how to play the high ground. Talk about someone trying to build up towards it, though. You see Clix and Zypha playing for that little bit of layering as they're trying to get over this mountain, but it's already come up and over now. It's going to be a slight incline, right? Look at how they have to play up this spot here on the side of your screen. Booga and Jamper are still alive, too, so that's a tough team to look out for. And finally now, we get to 50 players, so Storm Surge has decided to take a break here.
Man, I mean, if I have Storm Surge ticking off and I edit out of his window and I see Scope looking back at me, bro, Tifu's protege, man, I'd be shitting myself. Like, I'd be closing that door real quick. I'm looking to do damage somewhere else.
Yeah.
Get absolutely lasered. Oh, man. Nate also has some of the best aim I've seen in this game, and he's high ground right now, so I'm probably going to get some eliminations on that end, too, looking at the kill feed.
That he will. I did see Letchi pick up 3 in the feed, by the way, and they're going for more. Yes, Aspect, Zoomies, and Pen potentially. No, they don't catch him. There we go. Knocks him out. One more to get. Letchi's going through on the high ping. He doesn't care.
Oh my God.
Knocked out instead.
Even against all odds too. Look, now it's up to just NPen to clutch up here. I mean, he's gonna get the thirst, possibly the save here, but Savage was up by himself as well, so they're probably just gonna go 1 for 1 here.
Just break the ramp, man. You know what I mean? The ramp's halfway. And
Oh,
my
no.
God! Oh, Savage!
No.
Look at him just accept it. You gotta respect that too, by the way, man. You know, like, God, take the knee. I love that, man.
Completely. And also, Mpet did get Zuni's up, but at the cost of getting in zone right now. They're stuck on the backside with the bandage bazooka to go through. So Lecce does finally take him out. Tilt survived all the way to this point, but still no placements handed out. Bizzle, I think, final member of that team, removed from the game. And still, Funk Bomb, Nate Hill, and Tragics are still on height.
That's what it's looking like right now, but switching over, it's the low ground right here. It's players looking to scramble, and you can see hopping back and forth. Booga, Chap, and Jamper get taken out now, and that's 36 players remaining, so just above the threshold here. C's trying to make the best of things with the Silver Surfer launch board, and you got to assume that team's also split up, right? So now he has to figure it out, get to his teammates. That's what it's all about right now, sticking with one another. And look, things are going down here. That feed is lighting up right now.
A lot of people dying, man, and I've been playing a lot of trios. I can tell you right now, the best teams are the ones that can somehow stick together through all the chaos and madness. People are using shockwaves, people are using bounce pads, people are using literally anything to get in the zone, and it's gonna create separation. People are gonna get lost, and if you can somehow find your way back to your squad, man, you can win it easy.
Speaking of staying together, I think Tragic's just went down by himself. Nate Hill and Funkbomb have lost height, and I think Zextro is making a concerted effort for it. No, it's Saf and Zayt. I'm not sure if they still have Unknown. Yes, they do. All 3 members still alive with Doom's Mythic Loot up on high ground. This is going to be so difficult for anybody to do anything against, but still a lot of threats. We're finally getting to the first placement threshold of top 12 in terms of teams, and Cease is one of those players who's trying to clutch by himself as a solo.
He's been doing it. He has the potential to as well, right? Someone's been rising lately in this current kind of state of Fortnite, but just look at the widespread here. These guys are textbook with the high ground right now. Saf is going to find Zextro now, following up onto another. Here's Unknown's perspective. You know he's walking in trying to get aggro, and he gets punished. Okay, so not for free. Oh my gosh, gets met with a big shot.
Yeah, man. I mean, dude, Unknown is one of the most aggressive players I've ever seen. Incredible control player. Also can play on mouse and keyboard at a high level. I mean, that's just a little too aggro, man. Unless his teammates told him to go psycho, you know what I'm saying? Like, let him off the leash, like, go get as many kills as possible. Unless they told him to do that, I think that's a bad play thing to misplay.
I'm willing to bet that that's exactly what happened from Zayt and Saf. They're like, Unknown, I don't know what to do with you up here.
Yep.
Like, just go frag, frag. Regardless.
Yeah, I think those were the comms for sure.
Here it is, though. Someone goes for high ground. It's Zayt now have to defend by himself here. No, they get taken out. Who was it? It was Arkham, 100 Thieves Arkham, who steps up to the plate. And now Avery, Skittles, and Arkham have high ground, and it's theirs to do with it.
What they want, man. Look at that. I love it, man. Late game, so much fun to watch, man. The high ground retakes, it's so incredible to see what people can do with just no mats, a lot of mats, how they're going to play it out, if they're going to go aggressive or just try to get the placement right, take that first place, throw in the minis, distributing that. Love that mechanic.
Four teams remaining. Cease just got taken out. He was solo, and now it's actually reverse 2K. Day and Miro contesting against Avery and crew, but they completely wiped them so fast. Now Skittles and Avery in a 2 versus 4. Oh, one's down. Okay, Arkham's still up. That's why I'm confused. 2 versus 3. I think it's a full trio down below. I'm not quite sure who it is. They're going to have to spray through because no materials means they're not going to have to be able to stay up here. They have to drop down. It's Commandment, Scented, and Edgy in the 3 versus 2.
Yeah, not only that, Avery can't stand the test of time. He doesn't have the HP. They have to commit. He needs something big, and he needs it now. He opens it up, and gets punished. Big time from the low ground. Now it's up to Skittles. 68 HP, but Edgy's on his way up. The good control, too. He wants high ground. Wait a second, Skittles. Okay, that was close, but not enough. Commandment, Edgy, and Scented take game 1.
Dude, Commandment's so talented, man. You love to see it.
Absolutely incredible game. So many different ways that went. I mean, high ground was held by Funkbomb and Nate Hill at the beginning. Then, all of a sudden, Zayt, Saf, and Unknown were on top of it. Then reverse 2K and Miro, and so many different ways. Final situation, a 3 versus 2. Ninja, you called it out. You said the best thing to do in these situations is to stay together in endgame, and that's how you win.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really rare when you see a low ground team that's going to clutch up and actually win those final high ground battles or those final end game battles. It's always the team up top. They just spray down to the guys that are out of mats, and it's GG, right? But no, they stay together. They had mats. The team up top, I don't know if you saw, they were running out of AR ammo, low health. They just waited them out, played perfect, stayed together, got the dub.
That they do. So that's 10 points at least for Scented, Edgy, and Commandment. Not sure how many elims they had. Regardless, that's a very good start. I want to talk about, like, kind of before we get to these highlights, what from that game did we see that is indicative of some team really being consistent, some team that has the formula in that game? Because there was definitely a number of teams. For me, I was looking at Reverse 2K, Day, and Miro with their late high ground take. That potentially has room to really, really work later on.
And that's what I was going to call out there, Ball, is the fact that whoever waited, it seemed like, to go last for the high ground stab, if you could just tunnel your way through, burn your material, honestly tunnel just for as long as you can, and then go for high ground, they had the most successes.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's so many ways to retake high ground, right? With the Silver Surfboard, you can do zone plays, right? I don't know how many people are still fishing, right? I know that the whole fishing meta's changed and how much you can hold or what does what. There's like 20 fish now, and I absolutely love it. But there's totally different ways to survive in the storm. There's different ways to retake high ground. The shock waves are absolutely incredible and super useful. It's like you don't even want to have high ground almost, right? Because one shockwave can just completely retake it. And now those guys have mats, right? It's not that difficult. I mean, if you're actually together and you're tunneling and following people that are using their mats and tunneling, right? And you're playing super far back, you can retake high ground late game with almost all of your healing and a shitload of mats with 1 or 2 shockwaves.
Well, you touched on a really interesting point, because there was a moment there we were all confused. Unknown diving down to low ground by himself,
Right.
while Zayt and Saf are on height. Is that kind of maybe a thought, like it's going to be hard to hold high ground in any case? Is that potentially why they want Unknown to frag as hard as he did?
Dude, it's definitely possible. I mean, they had people and players that were weak, right? They saw, I think, 2 or 3 people that they absolutely lasered. And again, dude, like I if I was Unknown's teammate, I would 100% trust him to go down, get those eliminations, and safely come back up to the squad. Unfortunately, one of the guys was just very well aware that Unknown was being aggressive and got a really nasty shot off on him with a good pump. But I mean, you got to get your refresh, right? There's one thing that we talk about. It's called getting your refresh, and there's at one point
Like this.
Yes, right. I mean, this is like early game fighting. I know it's not. This is late.
Yeah,
This is later. Sorry, I
it's
thought this
zone.
was one of. I mean, even this, like this 5th zone right here, like this is a nice refresh. I'm talking like zone 7, right? One more zone after this, like you have to. Everyone's gonna be low on mats, and if you haven't, harpooned mats to you, oh man, savage, bro. That's
This is that moment. It just had us rolling the entire time.
Again,
Unfortunate.
you gotta respect it. It is unfortunate, man, but it happens, bro. Especially with all the.
I like it just gives
launch,
up.
You have to, man. I think it looks worse if you like try to run. It's like, come on, man, you're not gonna make it, bro. Okay, you've been playing this game for how long, man? You know you're not gonna make that.
No popping advantage here. But
Nope.
we did see towards the end of this game, Skittles, Avery, and Arkham really did well. I mean, look at the elims that they have. 8 on Avery and Arkham. Make that 11 total
Wow.
for Skittles, and they end up getting 2nd place too. That is certainly going to put them, in my mind, at the top of the leaderboard for sure.
I mean, and let's not forget, Arkham was the one that actually met Unknown in that mid-ground tarp with the shotgun. So it was that time he just bent the corner. He was on the wrong block at the wrong time, and it was over for him. And then all of a sudden, high ground. Things just changed real quick. But, I mean, they had a ton of elims. So, hey, they were probably at the top.
That they do, and we still have so much more Ninja Battles action. That was only game 1, so we're going to hop back into break. When we come back, game number 2 is underway. All right, we're back. Quick break. We're getting ready to hop into game number 2, but before we do that, we definitely want to talk a little bit about what just happened and also look at the standings, because while we might try to do the math, we're not mathematicians and we're not going to do all the crazy stuff. That was a really good game for Scented, Edgy, and crew down on low grounds. Monster.
Yeah, it absolutely was. I mean, like we said, they were doing what they had to do, especially towards the end, but not a lot of elim. So being a lot more conservative with the way that they're playing overall, I mean, that's not the formula though to take victories if you're seeing teams like Arkham pull 11, in my opinion, at least in this setting.
Yeah.
Dude. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Ninja.
No, man, I'm just saying, like trios, it doesn't really matter what it is. It's always going to be the person who's the most consistent with eliminations, person's most consistent with placements. And like I've been in the position again where you are playing only for placements. You don't want to go for unnecessary kills, and unfortunately, it's actually why you don't qualify, because you didn't go for that one or two extra kills. So I think always being confident in your skill.
It's a balance, right? I mean, that's the whole thing about competitive Fortnite is you're trying to balance both, so you can have a really impactful maximum, level of eliminations, maximum level amount of placements. It's really hard to strike that balance. Regardless, there definitely was a team in my mind that struck that balance. It was Reverse 2K, Day and Miro. I want to ask you, Ninja, because you've obviously played with Reverse 2K for quite some time. What style of players would you pair him with?
Dude, Reverse is like, I don't want to say in terms of his confidence of being an in-game leader, I don't think he might have developed it recently, but dude, he's so smart, he's so knowledgeable, and like when he does take control over the situation and telling people what to do, like he's incredible, he's impeccable. So if you can pick two people that are just slayers who will listen to him, I mean, that's exactly where he's going to shine.
Good, because that's exactly in my mind what Day and Miro are. So we'll see if they continue to rise. Here's the game one results. This is obviously the overall standings right now. It's Skittles, Avery, and Arkham. Monster, like you called out, 11 eliminations in that game. How is that possible?
I mean, and think about it, 1 point per elim, 10 points for victory royale. So the 10 elims are equivalent to a victory royale in this sense, in some way, shape, or form. So they're exceeding the competition by far. I mean, they were doing something different though. It was mid-game frags. It was not high ground, look down, right? It was like legit, just mid-game carnage.
Yeah, if you're confident, man, it really almost becomes easy. Right. I mean, at the end of the day, if someone isn't just straight up building a 1x1 every millisecond, like your shots are shot and you're going to see people who are using their rotation abilities and they're just free. Right. They're sitting there flying in the air. And if they're already weak, it's a free pick. Right. And if two people shoot him at the same time on your squad, it's the guy honestly looks like he's a terrible player. But in reality, like he has to do that. He has to make that rotation. But I think that's what happened, man. I think they got a lot of kills on those rotations when people are just completely vulnerable flying through the sky. And if they continue to do that, bro, this is going to be scary to beat them.
That it is, but there are some actual teams there that we saw on that second page. No points quite yet for a lot of people. I mean, I'm thinking of Calc, Macwood, and Zex, a team that we had high expectations for coming back into Ninja Battle since number 1. Right now, they're sitting very, very low. Of course, still very early, but what do they need to change? We didn't get to see much of them. They fell very fast in that 5th zone. I saw it in the action feed, and I was like, wow, that was the big trio just completely wiped instantly. Those moments happen quite a lot, Monster.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say, right? Because Chap, Jamper as well, they were doing the same thing. Booger, right? They were on the rotate. I called them out when we had that wide pan shot. I said, oh, take a look. They're doing a good rotate. They're ahead of the zone right now. For them to also get taken out so short, not get a single point, I mean, that's a crazy time commitment. You put all this effort in, make it that far, you're in front of the zone. Something definitely went wrong with their game plan. They got to hit the drawing board for sure.
Yeah, it sucks, man. You can prepare as much as you want, right? But when push comes to shove, if you don't have the abilities or the weapons or the items to rotate properly, if the zone goes a certain way, like you're in shit's creek, man. There's nothing you can do about it. And I think that obviously being a battle royale, you have 60 other players that are in the lobby. Anything can happen, right? Zone doesn't go your way, and unfortunately, someone launches a bomb at you, right? Doom's bomb at you, and now everyone starts shooting at you, and you die. Like it happens, man, and it's only game 1, so we'll see what happens. We'll see if they step it up or if they're consistently choking. You never know.
Well, we're getting ever closer to that game starting. Game number 2 is about 45 seconds away. I want to ask you, Monster, how do you avoid these situations like getting randomly focused by the entire lobby? How is that stopped in a sense?
I mean, it's a little tough because right now we're talking about a lighter player lobby. So usually positioning is going to be very important. Those line of sights, if people just start to open up on you, it's over, right? So it's all about positioning the situations. The lighter lobbies save your mobility, right? Pick and choose your battles. But ultimately, it is about staying with one another. Cease was also one of the few lost his teammates way early and pulled a phenomenal game, which we didn't even give credit to. So for even Cease to tunnel by himself, there's something going on there. You got to stick with your boys.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a benefit, man, when you're the last one alive. Sometimes, obviously, like you don't have three people, right, that are trailing behind and then like seeing people, right. If you're sneaking, if you're trying, like if you're running away from a killer, right, you're trying to like hide. If you're just one person, it's a little bit easier than when there's three people. He might see the third person go behind the corner, and now everyone can call you out. But like it's super easy to be a solo dude, chilling, vibing, completely abusing your headset and not worrying about anything else. You don't have to communicate. You don't have to talk to anybody, and you're just breaking through old builds. It can actually be a little bit of an advantage. But obviously, you don't want to be in that situation if you don't have to.
Yeah, and let's continue to talk about that because obviously Cease did a monstrous job by himself, but he didn't really get that many points towards the end of the game because top 12, which is the first threshold, didn't come until late 7th zone, early 8th, and that is so difficult to. It's that talks to how. I mean, we have 60 players to start. We have literally only 20 teams, which is already only 2/3 of the lobby, and we still don't get the first placement threshold until late 7th and 8th. Speaking of the stackness of these lobbies, Monster.
Yeah, 100%. It's what you expect. It's trios. Honestly, this is a reminiscent of all team-based game modes. As you get more and more players, the likelihood of placement coming through early is just non-existent. You have to frag, and that's why, we saw how Commandment and crew didn't quite get enough. You have to be fragging. You have to do a nice balance of the sorts. Ninja, you've played primarily, I guess your prime of competitive was in team-based game modes. You must have felt the same as well, right? Like, placement can feel a stretch away compared to solos.
Bro. So hard, man. It's so disheartening, bro. Like playing when we were doing the quads, playing with Reverse, Nate and Funk. I mean, there's so many times where like we're just like, oh, dude, nice. Like we got this, man. We got this. We're totally gonna get placement. There's only like the 30 players left. But play for placement. When literally there's like one person alive on like 80 different teams, and you're just like, dude, how the fuck the language? Sorry, how did we not get placement points? All right, Joe, how did we not get placement points? Like, what are you like? And then like, dude's like, dude, you gotta go for the eliminations. Right? Again, time and time again in Battle Royales, it is, I'm telling you, I've been playing every Battle Royale, H1Z1, PUBG, Fortnite. It is about eliminations. It always is about consistency in placements and being confident in your fights, because those eliminations are so huge. You get refresh in mats, refresh in loot. You need it.
It's what breaks the kind of, it's what separates you from everybody else who's playing consistent placement. Just like, pretty much everybody is doing the same thing. They're all sweating that we can get towards the top. Regardless, guys, we are having a slight bit of delay because we actually had 2 people miss getting into the game. So we are restarting that queue, and we'll be back into it in just a brief moment. Speaking of placement, like this is still thresholdy, right? So we have top 12, we have the top 8 or whatever it might be to get towards those 10 total points. At least it's top 12. At least it's not, the Victor Royale being the only points that you get. It used to be like that.
That's such a bad format, man.
We used to play.
I was gonna say, yeah, it could be worse. Thankfully, competitive, the roadmap, things have gotten a lot better over the course of time. I mean, we got some time to spare, right? Let's get everyone caught up. Let's get Ninja caught up. Ninja, did you know boogies are no longer in the game? The boogie bombs, right?
Yeah,
there's a lot of change in competitive.
I know they're not competitive anymore, man. And I saw the clip. I don't know who it was, man. It was one pro player, someone who was obviously competing in one of the cash cups, man. And he got boogie bombed like 8 times in a row, and then he got shotty in the face, man. And like the title of his tweet was just like cool. And I mean, I don't think they belong in competitive in that aspect. I would like, we talked about this earlier before the show started, man. I was like 1 or 2 boogie bombs max in competitive actually might be a little bit, like 1 boogie bomb, like it's. Come on, man. You can make a play with 1 boogie bomb. In fact, you might actually get screwed over even having it out to begin with. But like 8, they need to go.
I've seen moments where it's like a full trio just dancing.
What are you gonna do about it, man?
Let's talk a little bit more about the items too, because there's a lot of people who might not actually be familiar with the fact that you have bouncers in the game, you have crash pads in the game, and you have shockwaves. And bouncers are actually usable as a modifier to both those other 2 items for mobility.
Yeah, 100%. The bouncers have really opened up a can of worms when it comes down to how you move in Fortnite, how you amplify what is already movement in Fortnite. It was seasons ago when we had a bouncer and a launch pad, right? And that was the first innovative taste. It was like, oh, look at this. You can like go way high, right, into the height. And then we never seen bouncers again. They just didn't quite come into the game with other mobility. This season's the first of a huge change. You have crash pads and impulses. You put them together, and now with the bouncers, like the combinations are crazy.
I think that the best battle royales. I mean, battle royales in general. I think no matter what, there's always going to be some randomness to it, just because it's literally like by definition, right? It should be in the definition of battle royale at some point. The random needs to be in there because it's going to be. But so I think it's every industry shop or developer shop to make sure that if they're going to have an esport in there to add a lot of mobility items to completely minimize that. And right now with balancers back, I really do feel like teams are in control, right? You can't really say, "Oh, I got screwed over by zone," when it's like, dude, bro, there's bouncers, there's shockwaves, there's cars, there's rifts now. Like,
and then there's Mr. Savage who just like, let's go that way.
And then he's just in the storm for some reason. Yeah, I mean, look, he likes water. I don't know what to tell you, but like, I think that right now it's really good to see a lot of his rotation being added back in. I don't think bounce pads ever should have been removed. I thought they were, such a fun item casually, competitively. It's one of those things that just doesn't make sense. But hey, they're back, and I'm not speaking for everyone. I'm speaking for myself. This is the most I've had in Fortnite in a very long time. Even like outside of competitive, when you look at like the Unibeam and a lot of the other items, like 25-second, 30-second cooldowns, like that's actually a lot of time for a talented top player to just heal up, box up, and then kill the person who did it to him. You know what I mean? Right? It's not like you're just getting spammed with like a freaking 500 round LMG. So I think it's just a great balance right now. The game's fun. I'm having a blast. I'm happy to be here.
I mean, hey, the proof is in the pudding. You've been streaming with Cypher for like what, 8 hours a day almost.
I keep texting, bro. I keep texting him. I'm like, hey man, you free tomorrow? Like, I kind of want to play some more Fortnite,
dude. He needed somebody because he was dying out here.
He's the lone man, dude, just trying to hold the torch for the content. Yeah. I tell you.
I felt so. I mean, yeah, I like looking at him, man. I felt so bad just seeing that he was the only one there, but. I obviously started to branch off into other games, which is always great. It's always good to do that as a streamer for your own mental health. But dude, I don't know, man. I hope some of the boys start coming back, man, because this really is a great season. And competitively right now, I'm loving this. So
that we are, and we are still waiting for that game. So bear with us for a second while we continue to talk about, all sorts of different things. I love this little conversation, Ninja, having you and your insight back, and casting too is actually really, really fun, man.
Dude, this is awesome. Sorry for interrupting Monster all these times. I'm working on it, man.
Listen, right? You're getting better. It's okay. Me and Ball have been doing this for quite some time, so it's kind of unfair, but it's all good, man. We were having fun here, and we're grooving. That end game was fire. I'm trust you. Really when we go back, listen to the clip, I think it was fire.
It was great, man. And dude, I think there's so much to talk about, by the way. I mean, like this little downtime, I love it, man. And one thing I want to say in general, with the people who are disconnecting, right? I love that we're taking the time to make sure players are getting in here. If you disconnect while you're in the game, I'm sorry, it is what it is. But we like the integrity of this tournament, right? We like to have everybody in the lobby. So sorry for the wait, but I think it's always going to be worth it. I hate seeing when people are just like, "Oh man, dude, the tournament, this tournament sucked. I kept disconnecting and they didn't reset," and it's like, it's unfortunate, man.
Yeah, well, we are doing just that, and I do want to touch on going back a little bit to these teams and figure out who is going to be a big contender here. Obviously, we saw the leaderboard. We saw that it was Skittle, Avery, and Arkham up on top. EMAD, Slacks, and Acorn are actually a team in, 4th place right now with 13 points. I thought EMAD was actually playing with Bizzle and Dubs for a moment there, but they are much lower, actually. So a contrast between a lot of these different teams, also, that you might not necessarily expect to be at the top.
Yeah, it's always going to be different. It's hard to hedge your bets, right? Especially in Fortnite. It is really hard. I had a lucky guess yesterday for DreamHack and Teak. I said at the start, hey, Teak might win because here's XYZ. But, like, honestly, it's like throwing a dart at the wall. You quite don't know on the given day, especially with the way Zone plays out in half in to half out. So, yeah, anything can go either which way. Sometimes you just need a little luck, too.
Yeah, I mean the like the Fortnite gods, right? The RNG when that half circle or it's just coming towards you first move circles in your favor, man. It's a great feeling, especially when you're already in a really healthy position with like mats and stuff like that.
You get to farm for the entire zone. You get to upgrade everything. 100%. We are on the battle bus. We are about to hop into the second time we loaded up this game. So game number 2 is ever so close. And we are obviously going to look at some of these fights that broke out off spawn. That's the first thing that we have to think about. Lazy Lake at first was Cease, Scoped, and Blake against Nick A30, Punisher, and Replays. That fight went kind of one-sided, Monster.
Yeah, I wouldn't say necessarily one-sided. It looked like it at the start. They did get a trade for trade, so that's notable in its own. But yeah, afterwards, it was definitely a cleanup crew. I think Nick was the first to fall, and then I'm not sure if Scope fell on the other side. So, reminiscent. Nick's probably the least competitive experience between the two, and then Scope, the most aggressive. So the punishment, right? They clashed, kind of canceled each other out. And then when you go toe-to-toe between the rest, what was left, it was kind of no-brainer. Did go into the side of the other team.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see which team gives that spot. Obviously, Nick's team is the one who lost it, so I think we're going to maybe potentially see them land somewhere else or rotate a little bit earlier so they so they don't get caught on the rotation. I think that actually is going to be very important. I'd love to follow one of those guys out. But here we go, baby. Let's get it. Game 2.
Let's see exactly what we're talking about. Whether or not Nick K30 Replays and Punisher are staying at Lazy Lake to contest against Cease and Crew. And then we also get to answer the question of what is actually happening over at Doom's Domain, because Saf seems that it was free towards the end, or once we checked in with them towards the end, but there was clearly somebody else there.
100%. Here it is, though. We're getting that early game action right now. Commandment, Sensed, Edgy are game 1 winners. You see where they're landing. It's the Cliffs. And now, hopping over, we were curious if Jamper, Booga, and Chap here were landing over at Stark's Industry. It looks like they are. So, a little bit of a canvas here across the Fortnite world, Ninja.
Wow, man. They're sticking it, dude. I can't believe it. Like, I don't think you understand. I mean, I feel like you kind of have to game 2, right? Stand your ground, right? Maybe win this trade-off, the fight if they are going to be aggressive. It's a little bit of a... I mean, if you don't have a backup plan, right, it can be scary to just give up after losing your landing spot the first round. But obviously, they're confident. Maybe they didn't have the best guns, and maybe they're hoping the RNG's in their favor this time, and they'll win this one.
There's got to be something else, available on the map right now. Obviously, it's not the easiest to take a look at, but with only 20 teams that we have, there has to be. They did get, of course, the Quinjet spawn at the same spot, so we'll have to see what they change before going to that, or if they just see that to the other team landing there, Cease and Crew, and take a little bit more out of Lazy Lake. But at Doom's Domain, there is a fight. Saf has taken out Benji Fishy, and it's a fully eliminated Benji. Now it has to deal with Mr. Savage and Letchi.
I was gonna say, I think they done figured it out, right? The question at first was, were they gonna, push the envelope? Were they gonna try to get something going? But after seeing how the last game unfolded, enough time to evaluate the circumstance, yeah, I think they're feeling it. I think they want to claim those early game points so they can hopefully rank their way up that leaderboard.
Oh, man. Saf is so good, man. He really is good. I mean, yeah, him and Zay, right? I mean, they've just been around since the beginning, performing since the beginning. And as someone who is a competitor, someone who is just, I mean, I love everything and competitive. You love to see that, right? That consistency, like the grandfathers of the competitive, side of a game. Obviously they're young as shit, but oh wow, we're getting a lot of action going on here across the board, by the way. Also, Nick's team is fighting inside of Blue Lake, or I love Lazy Lake. Let's see who's going to win that one. But Zay landing some shots, man. Look at all that ammo, bro. Oh my. Switching.
And they did take out Dr. Dooms. That was the actual scrap that was happening down here in the hangar.
Oh, hey. Sorry. Oh my god, dude. He shot an NPC, man. I'm like, we got a little action going on here. Oh my god, man. Oh, you know what, dude? I'm just gonna see myself. Oh no. Jesus Christ.
Bro, trust me, that happens to all of us literally at least once in the beginning of the season when we realized it's the cast's worst nightmare. But hey, this fight, you were alluding to the fact that it was breaking out, and now Punisher's down. Now Nick A30, all he has is just his weapons, no shield to actually get in, so he's gonna go into those cone and hope to find somebody, but no.
Cease walks right in. He meets him with the shotgun. He's getting shaken down as well, so he's going to be able to get the info. But hey, Replays with a nice counter shot. He's by himself, though. They know exactly where he is. Red dot above his head. It's going to be a tough one. He tries to make a play with the gas canister. No, a little bit of a grief. Not going to be enough, though. He gets taken out.
I mean, they got clapped, man. I don't think they didn't even get a single elimination, so that's another 0-point game for Nick and the boys. I really hope that they honestly just either, I mean, I feel like, again, they have the time, right? We've seen it several times. Yeah. That they can land and they can run away if they wanted to after looting one or two places if they move a little earlier. I think they honestly might just give this place up. They should turn it into some sort of a split maybe. Because
Pull
these
up the
guys clearly
VOD.
are just confident. Yeah.
Look at the map right now, right? This type of thing, and figure it out, because they have 25 minutes, potentially even 30 minutes to find something. I'm seeing Stark
Right.
Industries right now. Obviously, Booger Trap and Jamper are there. You don't want to mess necessarily with that, but the entire island has some
Retail
pretty
row is
decent loot.
uncontested.
Yeah, retail's uncontested, man, and come on now. Let's hope they change it. Maybe send them a little DM, man. Let them be like, hey, man, stop. I kind of want you to do well this week, man. Maybe stop landing by these guys that are really good.
All right, you heard it here. Ninja's one of those guys that DMs for drop spots.
I do not. Okay, I've never done that. Okay, I swear.
Set him up.
I just want again, man. Those early game fights. It's always nice to have one, though, right? So maybe we'll just hope they keep landing there. It is really nice to have some sort of in-game action, right, as we see the rest of the game develop. But again, it is that randomness. It's unfortunate. They're down again, and I've been in that position before, man. Like, it's so demoralizing to be dead first, like 2 rounds in a row, especially because let's just say, for the sake of this conversation, that they all had equal, shields and guns. Like, getting out-skilled right by a team twice, it can really just get inside your entire team's head.
And that was a quick one too. I think we had Cease and crew get fast control of the main building, and from there it's like that's the the best position. It's the position of strength. You can look upon the rest of Lazy Lake. You know exactly how the other team is playing, and you can form a plan based on that. That's exactly what happened. So how do you jockey back against somebody who's getting that position of strength so easily?
It's hard, man. I don't know if you're asking me or if you threw that to Monster. Sorry.
Hey, for anybody.
Hey, listen, Ninja, you give me a shot here, right?
I guess let's get it, baby.
No, but seriously, it is what it is, right? It's Fortnite, but like I said, I think it's more important to play into those other spots. You got that retail row. It's uncontested. We'll see if they hit the books real quick and figure it out. Here's a nice little demonstration of sitting on top of a rift. Okay, that gives you options to play with right now. They can do something big. A knock or something would be great. And follow up into the rift, but this is an engagement. This is not an engagement you typically see, though, because they're so far from the zone right now.
Yeah, I think what's happening right now is the boys up top, they want the high ground. They obviously want to rift into zone. And Liquid and friends, Bucky and them, they're obviously trying to just, box up next to it and then jump in last second, right? Maybe potentially hold the team behind them. Unfortunately, that is not the case. They're the ones being held. They do have it. They can obviously take it. And I think they're going to. At this point, it's just kind of like a waiting game. There's no shot, right? I don't think anyone's going to get knocked here. And if they do, they're probably just going to abandon him and take the rift and live. So, rotate in.
Yeah. It's definitely a moment here where Commandment sent it an edge, kind of just like, hey, asserting dominance. And Stretch and crew is like, yeah, sure, you guys are up there, but we're going to stay here because we have a rift and we have zone. So there's literally no point. Oh, look at this. Monster, Savage, and Lechy. They're either waiting for the reboot to get Benji back up, or they are setting something up real dirty against Calc, Zexro, and Macwood.
Or both, because this is the opportunity to do so. Just looking at the split, he's trying to decide who are we going to hit first, who are we going to target first, and no, there's something big risk here. Okay, the bouncer, that was the misplay if I ever seen one, because now he's put back in a situation of isolation. They can dive right on top of him. Lechy looks like he's trying to go right into this. This is a scary duo to have on top of you right now. Mr. Savage playing some defense against one who took the riff up to the height, which I believe was Calc. So now things are getting interesting here. Yeah, there's Calc in the backside. Well, she's going to get hit from the side now from Zexro.
Not a position you want to be in. I think they messed up. They tried to do a 3-2-1, right? I'm pretty sure you guys have already talked about that in the past. In 3-2-1s, you see someone. For those of you guys who don't know what it is, you're not in any builds, right? You're using the third party, the 3 peeking, right? Because it's a vision, so the guys can't see you. You're using the land around you, and then you basically, so they have no idea you're there, right? They have no builds to give away your position, and then you count down 3, 2, 1. You pick the target and you laser. You go for nothing but headshots and a spray, so they can't even build. And that looked like a failed 3-2-1 there to me. I think I don't know who we were watching specifically, Benji or Savage. One shot too soon.
And a good response though from the other side too. Of course, if they botch whatever 3-2-1 is happening, there's still an opportunity for that fight to go in a direction, a favorable one for the EU guys. But in any case, it was a 2 versus 3, so they weren't too happy with taking the fight in any case without an advantage. But I really like what Calc did. He was up front. He took that rift instantly, and surveyed the area, decided what was actually happening, and then set up a nice positional flank on Lecce that made him stuck down there below, and then he had to use a shockwave. So they did react really nicely on the other side too.
100% ends up working out in their favor. Here's Reverse 2K, Day and Miro, though, over on the dirty docks. You can see they have this drop spot completely to themselves. This is a blessing in disguise, too, especially because you can play for those power shotguns. Just look at Reverse's loadout. He's just fully upgraded here, and things are looking great for him. On the other side, though, Stark Industries, players are starting to stack on top of one another now, trying to get a piece of that early high ground.
I mean, Dirty Docks is a home and native, man. It's we had to land somewhere near water ever since they removed the
lagoon.
Lazy lagoon, man. It's a good time. So glad to see he's sticking towards water with the trio. Love that, man. And yeah, we landed there a bunch in quads, by the way, and squads. And dude, there's so many maps there. Like so much metal, so much brick, and you can upgrade your shotguns to infinitely if you get zone, which never happens. But they actually got zone this game. They actually got zone, so
it's kind of 2 games in a row, even.
Yeah,
in a sense.
It's nice, man. I feel like in general the zones have been pretty solid, but this one pulled pretty hard northeast.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's good insight, because right now actually is probably the only time we have such a small amount of metal on the map because of the addition of the cars. They removed all the farmable cars and added these ones that are basically nothing, so we just use them for mobility. But like a spot that has a lot of metal is more valuable now than ever.
Right.
That is what it is right there. Like you said, the metal becoming so much more scarce across the map because vehicles just don't give you what they used to. Here, though, see some teams move in, and we talk about vehicles. Look how they play their part into Fortnite. You get to rotate with them, and they have different quirks, right? Like this one right here can go pretty fast off-land, off-road. So now Creo kind of picking this one up here. Let's see how it's going to play out.
I like cars, man. I think they're a very interesting addition to the game. I have bad experience with the Battle Royales because back in the PUBG meta, when cars really fully became... What's going on here, man?
Okay.
Oh, there's
An
a 3, 2,
absolute
1
beam.
for you. Wow. Absolutely deleted his Creo. Now Bucky and Stretch have to deal with something. Stretch is still gone. And he doesn't have the bouncers. I think that's what he's trying to set up. Yeah, as he gets up. Yeah, he's going to bouncer and crash pad to get the extra distance. Probably will get beamed out the sky, but hey, that's the only play you can make. Yes! He's down. Now it's just up to Stretch. He has the car to get out of here, make the mad dash, but what a turn of events for these guys. They thought they were safe.
That's rough. I didn't even get around to talking about the downside effects of driving the vehicle, especially that truck is, yes, the window is huge from behind. You can get targeted so easy. It's not looking good for Stretch right now as he's running by himself, forced to leave Bucky behind. They're going to be picking up all that loot there. And honestly, I think that's their first set of points for Tilt, Jared, and Thieves, who went down a Storm Surge before. So much better game 2 now.
Yeah, man, that was really... I mean, they just kind of got gifted those eliminations. Really good work on the first one. That second one was definitely a misplay. I know you guys were saying that they needed to, do that double pair, right, where he did the bounce pad. First time, we got some pop-up going on right now, man. I'm actually just going to let ball... Well, never mind. They're dead.
Keep talking, Ninja. You're good. This is over.
Yeah. That's over, man. Great job, by the way, saving Illis. That's there's a really big clutch there, not losing a third. And I don't think there's any place left to revive anyone, too, so that was really good. But in general, all he had to do was just do a simple wall bounce pad, and he would have been fine. Instead, he did that ramp bounce pad, and it launched him way too high in the air. Yep. He had a hill that he was going down, right? It would have literally done the line of sighting for him. So it was actually a bit of a misplay there. Got beamed out of the sky. They lost 2.
So, moment of quiet. The map shows us where people are setting up, and we've got an identical zone 3.
Oh my god!
Basically showed up for us right now.
It's the same.
Literally, I don't think I've ever seen this happen
literally.
Before. No, 100%. Like I don't think I've ever seen a zone line up perfectly again, at least on a tournament setting back to back.
So what? We know the script now, guys, right? We know
what's gonna happen. Rigged.
100%. Beautiful ground right there, man. Unknown, Sav, Zayt, they can see everything. This is incredible.
This is, kind of interesting, right? Very rare, obviously, that we get the identical zone, but different ways that the players are playing. They're putting themselves on the sides of the hills there. There's also Zayt and Saf, who have some high ground already in third, which actually, thinking back to one of the few trios tournaments that's happened this season, they not basing up early was one of their downfalls, because then they couldn't get position later on because they were trying to gamble so hard for that fourth zone positioning.
100%. You're looking now, though. It is the same zone, but you get a second chance at how to play this. So I'm more curious now of what this endgame is going to unfold and continue to be like, because of the fact that everyone gets a second stab at putting themselves in a much better position coming into this next wave here. Look at Unknown, Saf, and Zayt being super passive, bearish on the positioning here. Just going to kind of plank up on the mountain right now, not even opt into the rest of the zone. Just kind of vibing out here on the outer skirts.
So one of my favorite things to do right there is to secure your position. And like, it doesn't even mean like, you know, making sure that no one takes your shit, right? But it means that like you're edging, right? You're making sure that there's nobody coming up behind you. It's actually very, very beneficial to cut off you're cutting off 180% of 180 degrees of the map, right? And you're just, it's really nice. For me personally, I love providing that like comfort for my team. I'm like, guys, there's no one behind us. We're good. Like, there's no one behind us. Focus on everyone in front of us. Let's start calling those rotations. And I think that's exactly what they were doing up top. And I love that. That security is super important, especially when people can survive so long in the storm.
People are, you know, in Trio specifically, it's very, very important to actually set up fake bases to try to get that security. Not necessarily saying that, you know, right now, as people start to get familiar and understand how the aggressiveness of the rest of the lobby is going to be. But in any case, yeah, you're talking to a very important concept here. That's going to be more important in the next 3 games too.
Sure.
Here it is, though. Let's take a look now how this is going to play out. Again, just mirroring the previous round a bit here. It's going to continue to push west, more center, though, giving players on the northern portion the opportunity to stack up on top of one another, giving players on the southern portion to do the same. They're all going to begin huddling up within these entry points here. You got to get over this cliff flip there. You see Arkham kind of based up down below. They did so well finding frags before. That position is kind of scary, though, if they don't have shockwaves to get up and over. This is going to be interesting to see how that one continues to play out, but ultimately now, it's a matter of waiting things out, because Storm Surge is not going to be an issue this time around.
This is the worst time to fight right here, and I was actually going to bring that up too. I'm glad you did, Monster. That they are pretty much hard gambling that it is going to go down, and if they don't have that rotation to get back up comfortably, it could be very scary for them. But yeah, you don't want to be fighting here, right? This is when everyone is going to be looking to third party, right? They have high ground. No one's being forced to rotate. Everyone, all they are doing right now, everyone's doing right now, is looking for people who are rotating, looking for people who are fighting, and getting those eliminations while the zone isn't forcing them to move. So not a good time to fight. That's why we're not seeing a lot of action. It's about to go down.
We still have 18 teams up. That means only 2 full teams have fallen entirely. Obviously, we know Nick K30 replays and Punisher down, and I believe, what is it? The other guys, maybe Mr. Savage and Lecce?
No, Bucky, Creo, Stretch.
Stretch is still alive. I saw him.
Yeah, it's just
edging his way
he
in.
is. Yeah.
He was underneath the team in the, I don't remember, I think he was in the bottom left, just by himself, literally chilling. There he is. Next to C-Scoped and Blake. So definitely next to some people who will frag him if he's not careful.
Definitely a sketchy position to be in here. But hey, he's got a piece of the mountain, so at least he's not down and under. Things could be a lot worse. Talk about Arkham needing to get up and over. He spent so much material already. They're going to be the first team to start moving on that super outermost portion. I can see from the arrows here. But Stretch is the last person on the storm line, and it's going way north right now. So that's going to land on top of Macwood, Zexor, and Calc, who's just underneath Shark Knight and Av here.
Yeah, man, this is my favorite part. Rotating zone. Oh, man. Nate and Funk, bro. Oh, GG never lucky, man. They say that all the time. They are far rotate. But here's the good news. A lot of the teams, you look on the map on the bottom right, some of them are already in, 3 already in. Another team already rotated, and majority are in the center or on the north, like northeast side. So there's only one team, I believe, that they have to worry about. And one team's already rotating, so... Oh, actually, oh my god, they're the last ones rotating, I think. Now where they're not the position they want to be in, they can get absolutely laser focused.
This is rough though. This is so rough. I mean, you see who Fishy J Crunchy following the same path as a lot of different people, but there's two teams based up on opposite sides of fifth already, and they're beaming anybody who uses any crash pads, any sort of verticality. They're losing so much HP on the backside. One of them is Xset here on the left side, and then on the right, that is Coop, Agers, and Haz. So these two teams right now, they're not fighting each other. They're all trying to hold and take out as many teams as they can, rotating in.
It's looking like that right now. You can see they're based up in a way that they just want to not bother the other team with that slight height right here, which is Coop and Agers. They're just sharing the pummel party down below, just trying to get their fire rate on. Now, though, it's just time to vibe out. Seems like someone's actually going to contest for a little bit of high ground. Okay, so no longer free. Now they have to base up here. It's Macwood, Calc, go for the early stab for height. Zexro now making his way up from behind. A bit of an early pull, though. You don't know where the zone's going. It looks like it's not going to be worth it because now it's going all the way back across the opposite direction.
That is a tough zone. That is a tough zone for everyone. I mean, look right now. There's no one is even on the edge right now of the current zone, let alone where it's actually going to be heading. This is going to be. I think we're going to see half the teams are going to fall here. But what you mentioned earlier about two of the teams kind of like quote unquote sharing high ground. A lot of teams they'll kind of have that agreement, right? They're like, look, okay, like we're not gonna rocket you 1,000 times or try to get you out of high ground. Like let's just try to get some eliminations together, right? And maintain high ground. But here we go, zone's moving in. A lot of action coming.
There it is. Cease on the backside. Almost gets a snipe onto Zayt. But he's not quite going to reach that. We do have Surge activated. No, it's just notifications, the warning. This means people are going to have to get damaged. There's still quite a few above. Macwood and Calc are going to launch themselves forward ahead of the 6 zone and grab height from both of the teams who were previously holding them. One being Hazen Avery on the backside, and it is actually Commandment who ends up taking him out. Here's a bouncer shockwave towards zone.
A little late there, but it is going to pay off. Either way, Commandment gets the siphon trickle over now, and now it's time to tarp on in. He's playing for himself right now. You can tell just by the single way he's trying to conserve his material here, getting closer and closer to his teammate. Good job for Edgy here, holding the fire rate down, keeping the path nice and clear for him. On high ground, though, once again, can they hold it? Like we said, you get their second stab at height. This looks like Ninja Battles Week 1 right here. Mac with Zexro Calc on high again, but this time, can they get the points that they need? Because they were taken over pretty easily last time around.
Yeah, they look confident, man. I think they might have been shaking off the rust game 1. It definitely looks like the first week of Ninja Battles. They were just there the entire time, every time, completely uncontested. And if someone did try to contest them, they shut it down fast. They crushed it. And it looks like they're just spraying down, trying to get as many limbs as possible, man. And it's chaos. We got Storm Surge still going on, too, by the way, in the 7th circle.
Maggot down below as well in the mid-ground layer. Trying to get back up with Bizzle. Dubs is down. He finds actually a complete different team. The spray continues from on high. Macwood, Zexro, and Calc just trying to make sure nobody's contesting them at all. And so far, they've done a good job. Nobody has shockwaved up. And we're starting to get towards that first threshold. Zayt is now down, so I think it's just left to Saf and Unknown.
Yeah, just looking at Bizzle's perspective, you see that mid-ground tarp is so deadly right now. There are tons of players fighting for it. Yes, there goes the elevation change. Just trying to mix things up right now. Mega, Dubs, and Bizzle trying to stay alive here, while Macwood, Zexro, and Calc have created a nice distance between themselves and the other competitors here. And look, high ground is getting contested for a second there. There goes the shockwaves. We're going to see it again here from Bizzle's perspective. Look, he's looking straight upwards right now, trying to get a piece of this action as Macwood's looking to, just connect the build here, but it is going to be enough for now, and they're going to hold it.
Arkham did the exact same thing he did in the first game, by the way. He waited right around the 7th, 8th circle and then started to use their util. Unfortunately, they weren't able to secure it. TSM held it. And I mean, I think right now it's kind of anyone's game. Looks like it's just a K. Oh my God. What a freaking one pump, man. What a shot, dude. Was that reverse, my boy?
From behind.
Oh, he's on a max. He landed in the water.
Burst so low, and he's going to go down. Miro, just the last player who tried to contest up towards height. Yes, he's still alive, but Macwood and Calc have held on. Meanwhile, I think I still see Avery up. Oh, another shot for Macwood. He goes back up again. Nate Hill behind him. Yes, one crack, but not enough there. Finally, he does, and Macwood's putting up on a clinic.
Macwood doing something with nothing right now, finding players in his zone. Shark looks like he's going to trickle over soon, and yes, he's going to get that Elim too. As a full trio, all of a sudden, they find themselves with 9 Elims. Still, 3 3 players alive here to take out. That's plenty of points for the boys here. In low ground, though, Nosh, the sole survivor for his team here, trying to make best of the situation. Ninja, it's not looking good for anyone right now because it's a 3v2v1.
This is easy wins right now for Zexro, Mac, and Kaufman. They're going to clean up. There goes Nosh, man. He tried to make the floppy play. Not going to happen. But Clip's making some
Wait a
plays.
second.
It's a knock on one.
Wait a second. Wait a second. What?
No shot, bro. That was incredible. That was like 2 insane one pumps. He had a nasty flank. I think he came out of zone, caught so many people off guard. Wow, I didn't think they were going to lose that.
Yikes.
Straight through, it was Zexro, Calc, and everybody trying to clean up the lobby. They were stuck in a box. Certainly like fish in this case. Eclipse just shut them all up. Oh my goodness.
I mean, I set it up for Ninja to say, hey, they're going to win this game. And then it wasn't even that. Like, it was the opposite of that. And you never really see that. Like, you never see someone clutch up like that.
That's hard, man. That's hard. Like, I think you saw the TSM boys, right? 3v1, 3v1v1. They were just like, let's go, man. Push. We got this. Easy. Get these elims. Get these points, man. Like, gassing each other up, man. I know how that energy, I guarantee you that those exactly were the comms. They're shitting on everyone. They're freaking hitting one pumps, man. They're all like full health, vibing. And then all of a sudden, one pump. Now there's only 2 guys left. Boom, hits another nasty one pump into a scar spray. Took that guy out. That's such a crazy swing, man.
They were vibing too. I mean, Zexro was hitting nasty shots. Macwood too. You saw how he got back up to his teammates. Like, yeah, that happens. That happens. I need to know how many elims they had towards the end of the game because, of course, Clipse and them, they had over 10. So there's definitely gonna be some shakeups. But let's take a look at some of the moments from last game. Replays and Nick 30, of course, still having trouble out of Lazy Lake, but this was a big one. Bucky, Creo, and Stretch completely getting wiped by
right here.
FaZe. Yep, there you go.
You see that? Sorry, just
that's what
he
you're
just
talking
went.
about.
Yup, that's the bounce pad, right? He could have just went down. It would have been easy claps, man. Unfortunately, ramped it.
And then Mr. Savage, Benji, trying to do what they could, but it was Furious and the rest of the crew ended up cleaning them up. They were the second trio to fall. And then Endgame was kind of wild. It went in a lot of different directions. We thought it was just over for Calc, Macwood, and Zex.
100%. Like, this is we get to watch this one more time. We got to gas reverse a little bit here. It looked like he was going to clutch up. He's going to get bodied, right? And then thirst it out. And this is where all of a sudden things you just never know with Fortnite. And we saw just that, like, Miro clutching up here, squeezing away the points. That's what you want in a good teammate. But everything else that unfolded beyond that, we asked the question, how much elims did they have on height, which was Calc, Zex, and Mac? It was 9 elims right about around this moment. So having 9 elims after Nate Hill, it's still a great game, but my gosh.
I mean, just look at that, right? He gets the kill on Nate, and that was like, what, their 8th or 9th or 10th elim, right? They were already vibing way past that point, fragging out, man. They're probably going down, grabbing some of the mats, their health, their shields, they're big chilling, and they're just like, let's go. And even after that, man, they got an elimination on the guy who tried to flip the ramp, who was stuck in zone. His teammate had his back. They were literally watching each other perfectly, and unfortunately, man, it happened so quick. That was like 5 seconds. Like 3 guys died in 5 seconds.
That it was, and actually to start off that game, Eclipse and crew only had 9 points going into this, so they're going to skyrocket their way up. We're going to take a quick break to tally it all up, and when we come back, we'll take a look at the scores and then get into game 3. Welcome back, guys, to Ninja Battles. 2 out of 5 games down, and we just witnessed one of the craziest finishes to pretty much any competitive Fortnite endgame, but it happened here in game number 2 with Eclipse Monster.
Yeah, ridiculous end game. I mean, I told you guys in a little break, this is the first time I came back to the cam shop. My jaw was still open. I was at a loss for words, and ridiculous game. Way to clutch it up, too, right? Way to clutch it up.
Yeah, you love to see that, man. There's nothing like a solid clutch, man, okay? When things become unpredictable, that's when stuff gets intense, man. And again, like I said, by the way, the TSM boys shaking the rust off, had an incredible performance. Obviously didn't clutch up in the first place, but I guarantee you they're still happy with their performance, the amount of eliminations they got.
Well, let's take a look at what they actually ended up with in that game. This is the game 2 result, so not overall at the top, of course, Eclipse Airless and Furious getting the win, the 10 points from that, and then 12 eliminations. But not too far away was Young Calc, Macwood, and Zexro. 10 elims for them, and the 7 points from coming second.
Strong game, absolute all-around strong game. Up there, you see Nate Hill trickling his way into third, so going to put some points on the board for them. But this is the page you got to pay attention to, people that are falling behind, because the limited amount of games, now's the time to step it up. But hey, at least Booga, Chap, and Jamper did find some success in that one. 4 points there in 12.
Yeah, I think we're going to start seeing a little bit more of these guys have the potential to clutch up. Again, it's only 2 games. Nick's team can actually still win. Doesn't matter if you have 0 points, right? A lot of these guys have been getting eliminated off spawn or eliminated, with the first 2 teams that are actually fully out. But listen, it is so easy to just change one little thing in your game plan, and then you're not going to get any points, right, if you don't make it to late game. So if you're making some mistakes to get eliminated early, if you can change those and you open up the opportunity to get those eliminations in the mid-late game, I mean, obviously you can pop off, come back.
Yeah, that 100% through and through. At the top, Eclipse Airless and Furious, their 22-point game puts them in first place above Arkram and Avery and their crew. So right now, it's a very, very close battle between those 2 teams. But Ninja, like you're saying, anything can change, but also you can have a pop-up game one moment to a mediocre or even just straight up bad game in any of these guys' cases. So you're right. Anybody at this point can take this still.
For sure.
Just sneaking their way through the points, man. That's how it is. But that's a little third of the competition there. You see how we're rounding out these final points. These are last page here. We just talked about Nick A30 Punisher and replays. Need to do a little something there. They can still put something up on the board. I mean, look at Bucky and Creo's stretch. They're not happy. They're not happy at all. Driving that vehicle up a mountain, you slow down. Creo gets destroyed, just deleted. That was a rough one to swallow there.
Yeah, I think they just got too comfortable, man, right? They got too comfortable, and that also can happen, right, when you don't have too many people. You don't have to be always on guard. You're kind of a little bit more laid back. And clearly they thought this was some sort of hey, maybe nobody's fighting until 5th circle. That's obviously not the case. I think they just got caught, slipping, right? And one guy got knocked, and they just got pressured. But look at those people, man. Like the 16th and 17th place. That's Booga, Chap. Some of those guys are some of the best players in this game, right? So that really right there, right now, those stats, it is proof that anything can happen, man. And obviously, you can get a little unlucky.
And also, speaking of Booga, Chap, and Jamper, I mean, they're getting Stark Industries uncontested, and twice in a row, we have a zone that goes to the right side of that island. You'd expect that to be really strong for them.
That's a great point.
I want to say something here, but that also could be sorry, Mustard. That also could be a disadvantage, right? They're not fighting. No one's rotating there early. They're not warming their shots up, right? They're completely uncontested for 15 minutes, and then all of a sudden, all this action happens.
That's a good point.
Monster. Absolutely it is. Well, we are very, very close to getting into the next game. Sorry for bumping my mic right there, but that means the players are loading into the game, and we'll see what ends up coming through of this game number 3. Monster, it has to go somewhere else now. What does that mean? Because I'm thinking XSET, they're down the bottom left, they have not been lucky at all.
Yeah, we had a weird turn of fates there. For the zone to favor the same spot, the same cliff. There's no way it happens again, right, Balls? So we'll see how the map dices up this time around. It's game 3. It's coming on the way.
Man, again, this is my favorite part, bro. Seeing the llamas, seeing the I get butterflies, bro. I get World Cup butterflies, man. I get Pro-Am butterflies. I love these tournaments.
We're just missing the reverb on our voices and the crowd, but we'll get back there. We'll get back there.
For sure, man. Soon. But yeah, again, that's happened to me sometimes, actually a lot, right? And when you're so passive, you don't want to fight, and especially when you get zoned like that, you're just cold. You're
Yeah.
cold. Like you're not box fighting. You're not really building heavily. You're not even taking pop shots at people because nobody's there yet. You're dead center.
I think that you know the cold aspect of all of that is very, very important, actually, and kind of something that I've never really thought about when you don't get zoned like that. I've tried to reason it with myself and like, oh well, normally they're doing the dead side rotate, normally they get themselves fighting for position, but in this case they just kind of sit there. But that's a really, really good insights. Still, this fight at Doom's Domain happening between Mr. Savage, Lecce, and Benji. What's actually happening is they're taking the Doom's house, the one that he spawns in. He has like maybe 2 or 3 spawns within, up on that north side, and then Zayt, Saf, and Stretch are taking not only the south side of Doom's Domain, but also the cave, the hangar, where there is a chance of it spawning. So it's potential that what was happening there was simply they were getting Dooms in the garage, and that's why not only were they not fighting, but also they're just for free getting the vault and getting out of there.
Yeah, that's probably highly likely. And one thing I did want to mention as well, you saw Lazy Lake wasn't contested this time around, so maybe the boys, in 20th place, Nick and the crew moved over to Retail Row, because that time it was getting landed on. So we'll see. This could spell a lot of change across the world, across the Fortnite map. And we talked about where the zone's going to go. It's going south now, so it is going to be a little bit of a mix-up on the scenery here.
Yeah, this might be, this might change scope to, Cease and Blake's performance too, right? They're used to getting three points, 3 eliminations off the start. That could be the only reason they even have the placement that they do right now. And now that Nick and them finally have moved, happy they did. Looks like they have taken Retail Row. We'll get confirmation later. Good freaking that spot, by the way. Monster is beautiful. Yeah, man. Look, and looks like the zone's different, guys. We need to have like a pool. You know what I'm saying? Like a little water, but like, where's it gonna land, man? A little mini game. That'd be great, wouldn't it? Like get a skin if you win. Yes.
Hey, definitely some fun things to do with these broadcasts. A lot of times. Benji, Savage, and Lecce are going to leave out the north side. Oh. Yeah, okay, up to the north side, up to the north houses. That's where this porta potty takes them, and it's not really contested. Sometimes you see trios taking this wide split up there, and I think that's what Crunchy and crew, we've seen them actually engage before against these guys in game number 1, so maybe a similar path, but they've got to be careful.
I was going to say, I bet they felt like they had the confidence. They did it in game 1, so they're looking to just rinse and repeat this time around. They have the full trio, so they're probably going to go from here and then, hopefully look to wipe this fight up real fast. Look at Savage take a nice wide spread. He's already marked out Jade, so you know where he is, and they're playing for the fight here, playing for the ambush positioning. That's where he's trying to put himself right now.
Looks like they're trying to get eliminations, man. I want to point something out, man. Someone mentioned this. I saw it on Twitter, but I was going to mention it no matter what. We got to remember these boys, the Savage, Benji guys, man. These guys are playing on EU ping, man. It's like 100+ ping is very difficult. Builds are delayed, shots are delayed, bodies are slightly delayed. I think that could have been a huge reason for the battle that they lost in the previous game. Just always take that with a grain of salt, man. Again, he's got some of the best players in the game, and they're still, they're still here, still doing well. I think they can still make it, by the way. Just throwing that out there.
Take the rifts, and they'll get away from the aggressive Mr. Savage, Benji, and Lecce. Join Who Fishy on the other side of the map, potentially go over to the Craggy Islands. I like that little battle. It was like an early game fight within the early game itself, right? Not off spawn, not off the landings, but jockeying for position, all the same.
Yeah, definitely trying to play a little bit of alpha here, right? Claiming up some of their location, forcing them out. You can see now they have control of those buildings there to get their loot on. That's one thing too, right? It's securing the material. You got to do it somehow. They can't do it, safely within the Doom's domain. So bullying off another team in the northern portion, not too bad here.
Guys, I just saw the Eclipse clip, man. Oh my God, he was 10 HP.
Did you on Twitter in the middle of the cast right now?
100%.
There's one thing I'm good at doing, man. There's one thing I'm good at doing, man. It is multitasking and keeping track. I heard everything you guys just said. Those little mini. By the way, one little thing I want to add to that little mini battle you saw at the beginning of the game was they were actually prepared for it. The other team, like not Benji or Savage's team, they were literally prepared for it. They were built. They already had ramps built up, and they were looking at the trash can that you take out of the Dooms area, which is 10,000 IQ. I think they were ready. I mean, they're clearly ready for it. It must have happened in the first game. Ooh, a little upgrade going on here. Is he side grading or is he upgrading?
He's gonna probably do both.
This is my question to you guys, man. I've been struggling back and forth, literally in the same day, on which shotgun is better, which one I prefer, man. You like pump?
Yeah, just this is the easy answer. I'll tell you a little stat that I saw today. In all of the solo DreamHack zone 6s, it was like 70% of players carrying a pump, maybe even 80% of players. Like, if you get the chance to side grade it, you are going to do it.
Yeah, there's almost no reason not to. The damage is there, the faster pullout time, it's consistent, more in the chamber, right? Like, the pump is just fire.
And you also have to consider too that, and this is an issue we had in season 3, was in end games when, you know, performance is how it is in end games. There's so many people, it's super stacked. The charge just is not cutting it with the 3 bullets that it has. Sometimes, you know, you're not getting the shot off when you expect it, and all of a sudden 2 of your bullets are left.
True. There's, I mean, nothing but facts there, gentlemen. Nothing but facts. Has anyone died, by the way? Not a single player has been eliminated, man. Isn't that crazy? 2 teams changed their drops just a little bit, right? And now there's no fights. This is like, it's beautiful. Well done. Let's go, man.
This is scary though. Right now, Arkham, Skittles, and Avery, we're in 2nd place. They're super looking for a fight here against Tilt, Thieves, and Jared. And we've seen how difficult Tilt, Thieves, and them have been having with Surge. Arkham is getting so close, and Avery as well. This is a pinch in the making.
This is some good positioning too. They have Skittles on the mountain, so this is so like calculated. I think Avery called out, hey, they've also upgraded their weapons too, so limited material here. They're trying to come back from the deficit of the upgrades that can come with you know, the pros and cons. But the battle now breaking out. They have the 3-way prong coming in. Skittles coming off the mountain too now, so they're looking to isolate and execute here as Avery's getting them closer and closer. Great shot there for 59.
I mean, just incredible shots on the start. Avery starting up the fight with a nice little scope. They are guaranteed shots. I feel like he was a little close. I think he could have done a little bit better with the regular assault rifle. Could have gotten way more shots up, but a nice pump coming in, man.
Okay.
Love to see that fight. Love the box low battle. Back-to-back 117s. Tilt going down, man. Easy thirst.
And you can see upgrade too. Skittles has started off really, really strong. Arkham didn't get necessarily the shot that he was hoping for, but here's the rest of the fights. Jared stuck between 2 once again, and there's a final 1 versus 1, but they'll shake it down for Avery to get the information he needs.
Give me your lunch
3
money.
versus 1.
Yeah, there it is. He's gonna let him know exactly where he's at. Now it's time to conclude this battle here. I mean, valiant effort, right? We talk about having those upgraded shotguns. For a second there, it was looking close. You punish, but it's just not going to be enough. They're just better, right? They're going to win the engagement.
You're going to need a team. It's just got teamwork, right? So better shotguns are usually always going to win those situations, but if you get one nice little, you know, double edit or an edit into a double, you know, 100 blue pump back to back, right, with you and your teammate, like you take out the guy and 3v2, grab his gun, and it's a huge swing. But those are just more talented players, in my opinion. They spend more time in competitive and in, you know, doing those build fights, the box fights. I just think that was just an outmatch right there. One thing also I want to point out real quick is that Reverse's team, like I feel like out of every single team, they are 100% separated the most. And I don't know if that's confidence or, you know, I think it's confidence. I really do. I think they all just trust one another. Like, look at that separation.
Yeah, it's pretty wide. Pretty wide, but you also have to consider they're the only pretty much one of 4 teams in zones, but also one of the 4 teams most pronounced in zone.
Right.
Oh, sorry. Actually, these guys are way out. I was looking at the wrong arrows. They're so far up here still, not even close to the zone. There you go. I have myself a little moment.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
this is going to be fine still for them, though, because, I mean, look at what we just saw on the map. There's nobody necessarily on that eastern side. They can kind of roll their way through, potentially even grab themselves a mountain or 2.
I was gonna say, you know, we talk a lot about that term dead side and whatnot, but when you have a limited player lobby like this too, in that long stretch, it could pay its favor this time around, and I think they're gonna be a-okay. On the other side, we haven't seen too much of Emad today, at least from his perspective, or Slacks and Acorn, so, you know, looking to do something here, and they're trying to do a wide rotate as well around the outskirts. There's a team nearby, gotta be careful. All right, a little pit stop here for some metal, though.
Not again, dude. There's playing battle royales. Like, I always go back to this, man. When you're playing battle royale, man, okay, let me just kind of like reset. When you're playing an arena shooter, obviously the whole point is nothing but fighting and respawning, right? You're gonna be able to fight. It's great, okay? But when you're playing in a battle royale, there's so many times where the worst thing that can happen is when you die and you don't even get to shoot your gun. Like, and that almost happens when you're driving a car like that. So you just got to be careful, man. You think you're safe. You think no one's around, but like let your skill do the playing, right? You know, do the talking rather. Don't get caught in a car.
Ninja's a paranoid kind of gamer. You can just tell.
I am, bro.
I can't imagine watching you play solos in a competitive environment.
Oh, dude, you don't know. I'm everywhere. I'm everywhere, bro. I'm in and out. I'm looking everywhere, man. I'm terrified, bro. And then I finally do get sniped when I stop looking everywhere, and I'm just like, God,
you knew it.
I knew it.
So here are our game 2 winners. Eclipse with the crazy clutch, but it was a 2 versus 4. And now they're ziplining right on top of little Tragics and Funk Bomb. I think it'll be fine, though. I think all sides are going to disengage, but Clicks could make this really awkward for them.
100%. Let's see, though. The rotate here, I mean, the better play here, without a doubt, is to not take this fight for anyone, but when you use your brain, sometimes you are at will, at mercy if the guy's behind you. It looks like Funk and Nate do have the benefit here to potentially put some fire in. And when they do, the team in front's going to do the building for them. There it is. So effectively laying out a path for them, right? So it is a strategy. It can backfire, though, because now they're creating enemies, and those guys are going to get to zone first. We'll see how it plays out for the boys right now.
Yeah, for sure, man. It's always good. In my opinion, you do really want to rotate first. I think you're usually rewarded, and it's just, you know, it's pretty simple, right? I think as long as they don't overcommit to the damage that they do, right, and they don't get hungry, you're gonna shoot those guys in the back no matter what, unless it's like, you know, there's like 80 people around you. It's good storm surge, right? You need that too, those tags, and as long as you don't get a little too aggressive because you pop someone, right, with like a 100 body shot sniper and then like 1 body shot, just do the damage, let them build for you. Fight them later.
So our team in first gets all the way to the center, Misty Meadows Islands. They're going to have to continue moving as second zone closes. Still the only team to go down, the only 3 players to go down is that team all the way on Camp Cod. Tilts, Replays, and Jared FPS to the team in second. And with that actual fight, Arkham and crew might have taken first in that brief instance.
It's a good call. Definitely is a gap closer. Find those elims, especially so early. That's a true gift when it comes down to battle royale. People underestimate the amount of weight your elims can play in, especially just setting you up for success here. Mirror though, Day reverse trying to play wide. They want around. They want a piece of this mountain here. You can see the metal base that structures up top is massive, but they have to go that way. It's where the zone's going. Now time to heal.
And I love this part, bro. Slowly watching the madness as it slips in. You know what I'm saying? The zone just starts forcing these teams in, man. Oh, boy. There's about 3 or 4 teams on the minimap that look fully set up dead center third circle, too, by the way. So
yeah,
that's always important to...
Those teams, I believe, is Commandment, Scented, and Edgy, who were fifth or 6th place. And then Stretch, Bucky, and Creo, who we saw have the unfortunate circumstance in game number 2. Here they are. Last time they fell with a truck. This time they have the best position, hands down, in the entire lobby.
Yeah,
I believe there's a red flag there.
It's the highest. Yeah, it's the highest mountain here. They have the mountain top. They can declare war onto anyone they want, and it's pretty much everyone's at their mercy right now. If this zone pulls this way, it's going to be ridiculous. The last time we've seen competitive end games and high stakes style game modes, they were launch pads in the game, right? That's not a thing right now. They're non-existent. So to do and execute a proper team crash pad or shockwave, right? It takes a little bit of strategy, and under pressure, those are hard to execute. They're not easy. So this is gonna get really, really weird. We thought Stark Industry Cliff was weird. No, these get even tougher for the pros.
Yeah, incredible shots right there from... Is this Stretch, by the way?
Stretch, yeah.
His name, sorry.
He's a demon, you know, he's demon to demon time or whatever.
He's on his demon time.
Those are incredible shots, back to back to back. Nice first shot accuracy shots, man. You love to see that, man. I love showcasing people's actual raw aim instead of a full, spray off from that distance. And again, one thing that is...
Sorry, Ninja. He just got sniped by Reverse 2K and completely knocked out. The same person we were just talking about.
Is that a knock or is it a limp? Oh, okay. It's just a knock. I was actually just going to mention this too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was up there. I just saw this too. I was just about to mention this as well. Depending on how much health they have, it's almost worth them continuing to challenge blindly like that and building up their Storm Surge. And even if they get sniped, there's no way anyone can get up there. There's no launch pads. Even with the Silver Surfer matched with like a Silver Surfer board matched with the Shockwave Grenade, it's not going to make it. Like, they're gonna get the res off, right? And like, no one down low is gonna freaking edit out and shoot up at him. Like, because that's just, you know, you're insane if you do that.
I mean, reverse 2K just almost pulled it off. I thought it said it up in the top left. I swear that it was twice there.
Yeah,
so I thought he got the knock. I thought he got the full elim regardless. They save him. Stretcher was getting a little dicey in his positioning all the way down the side of the mountain away from his team. So it could have been scary, but you're right.
For sure.
Very difficult to actually push. Looking at the rest of the zone, I see Arkram, Avery, and them in center. Where is our first place team? I think up towards...
I'm not sure. This kind of
man.
They were coming
Sure, man.
south, right? They were coming.
Yeah.
Oh, they were coming across Misty, so they should be up in the northwest corner.
Right. Last we tuned in. Yeah, last we tuned in, they were crossing that water bend, so definitely was a tough rotate, a tricky one either way. You look at this zone though, teams like Unknown, Zayton, they got to get closer. Like, you just kind of have to. But with everyone else kind of already poised up on some slight elevation, it's only going to get weirder and weirder here. They might just have to sacrifice some early rotates. Let's just take a look at this. This is another strong position to be in. One of the few areas in this part of the map where you can at least refarm some of that material, right? Not fall behind in your your resources here. Come to mid game.
Everyone doing good on mats. It really doesn't seem like anyone's being held too hard. At least that's what I'm seeing. People are just typical stuff, man. Right? Shots going down, trying to get that damage in. If you can get a pick, good. But I mean, God, bro, there's nothing scarier than rotating up a mountain, man. Like, against these are the best players in the game. Absolutely lasered, man. Zax and Calif both go down, leaving only Macwood. He's gonna have to clutch the shit out of this. A lot of mats, by the way, that he can go and collect from his dead teammate's body, but does he want to expose himself? And you know what? He goes, I got this. Easy. Oh, no. Wait, what the heck?
One of the players was sent to you beamed him, and the other guy was Benji Fishy. So not the people you want to be holding you off the mountain. Not sure what you were seeing there on the edge.
Wait, so Mac was alone, by the way, right? Two of his teammates just got absolutely beamed.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's unfortunate, man. I mean, good spray, man. It's gonna happen.
Okay, once again, Doom's ball playing into the hands of Unknown, Zayt, and Saf. And you see, once they have that little bit of elevation, they use it. They're not afraid to set those builds on fire. There was some great tags in there, too. Just look at that. All shield ripped off of Who Fishy and Jaith here. Now at the mercy. Since they're the lowest on the mountain right now, they need a desperate zone pull here. Things are going to get super weird. Great shots from Furious here.
Okay there, yes.
Little cheeky shot right there, man. You know? I love doing that, too. Just do a quick little edit, a quick little pyramid edit, man. Get a little headshot with the infantry rifle, man. Let him know, man. Set the tone.
It does. Hey, that thing hits hard when you're ADSing. The extra damage that it gets out of that, it's just ridiculous. The players I've seen do really well with it.
Look at this positioning.
Oh, did they actually?
They got zone.
Fight? Did they fight Bucky and Creo?
They had to have.
They must have. They must have just alphaed the crap out of this. How is that possible? The tallest mountain, all of a sudden giving up. They play low ground, and Nate Hill and Funk Bomb play up on top.
They're gonna do it with, you know, dominate right now, because the fact that everyone else is based up, it's not gonna be any easier to get up and now challenge them, because now you have that foundation, that infrastructure. Not only that, the eyeballs to fire down on the mountain. This is why Crunchy, J.Fu Fisher are struggling right now to get across. I see Benji and Savage still alive as well in the mix there. Pay close attention to the feed. It looks like Macwood's down possibly as well, because we have 18 players left, so I can only assume that he might have been one of the few, as the Storm Surge is about to start ticking here for one player. But that's going to lead into the next big wave here. So there it is. Blake gets taken out by the Surge.
Wait a minute. Okay. I honestly have no idea what's going on right now in terms of who actually has high ground, but you know, let's just focus on what's actually happening. The majority of teams are almost all fully rotated in. Circle's going to be fully closed in 20 seconds. Another team has been fully eliminated. 17 teams remain. Avery just must not be feeling the teamwork in the skin game, man. Like, he's the only one different. I don't know what's going on there.
No skin energy whatsoever.
No skin energy, bro.
Okay.
This is the team in second. Avery does get beamed a little in the back, but they've already got 5 elims, so potentially even already in first. But this game will decide a lot. How do they actually proceed? It's going all the way to the backside of this hill. Everybody came up on the back, and now it's going straight up back towards Retail Row. This is going to be a difficult climb and then fall.
Not only that, though, somehow Bucky, Stretch, and Creo end up on height. So we missed a little bit of that counter take for height. And now you see Nate Hill in the mix in the middle. And that's who's on high ground now. That's the guys that are going to be putting the big pressure down. We talked about the strategies that it takes to hit these rotates here. Look at this. They're all going to start peppering up inside that box unless the Shockwave has a crew. Yes, it's the FaZe team. Mega, Dubs, and Bizzle are going to get down below. And now look. It's the scramble off the mountain, right? As dangerous as it is to get up, now you got to get down and do it safely here without burning too much material. It's the way they're going to take it. Now it's just straight off.
I don't think they're not going to get shot by anyone, right? Ultimate high ground, especially with such a deep decline. Look at that, right? Not going to take any fall damage from the bounce pad. A perfect launch. And I mean, Stretch just took a bunch of damage.
Yeah. And that was to Avery. Avery right under him. Second height. They're going to go for it.
He's just going for it, man. Oh!
It's not going to be the Elam just yet. Another Shockwave will bring him forward. Who's up there?
Oh my god. Dude, Stretch just beamed him. And gets gifted to someone else, gets all that loot, man. Very unfortunate when that happens. Just falls into someone else's box. He's going to eat up all those mats.
The crazy part is Zayt, his normal trio partner, that he lets that player go right in the box. That's hilarious. Still, though, our first place
right
team.
there.
Illitt's Furious and Eclipse, they're going forward, a nice shot, but he gets dropped all the way down to ultimate low. It's kind of chaotic, kind of confusing. Who is his layer that he's going to be on? On the other side, it's EMAT. Oh, 2 big pumps for Illist to take out 2, and now he has to make the mad dash forward and back towards his team. He has bouncers, but this is so difficult, and he's already gotten the finishes.
Could the siphons be enough, though? No, the Storm Surge!
No.
What? We just saw something come out of nowhere. Could have been. Who knows? Either way, though, it's still going down right now. It's Bugga, only the one with Chap here in the game. Jamper already down. Tries to crash pad / shockwave his way up. Yeah, he doesn't have material. He needs a siphon here. Can he find this well? Here's an impact. Only if he can refresh off it as well, though. Eclipse, first place team down. Thirsted. The siphon goes in, and his teammate follows up. So Chap still alive, and that's a refresh that they need. Into the zone they go. This is chaos. How do you keep up with this in the final moments? It's like everyone for themselves right now.
That's basically exactly what it is, man, which is why you want to have incredible teammates who are confident. You trust them to be able to clutch up and carry and make incredible smart plays by themselves. A nasty double kill from Booga, man, our ex-world champion solo player. And he gets another kill. Oh my god, what is going on? That flick was nasty.
So many.
Alone, by the way.
And he did get the big impact. Chap had gone down, so all the mats that was on him, plus the 2 that he just took out, he could actually survive towards the end. Arkram completely eliminated. Bucky and Stretch still here, and I believe up on high ground we have Creo as well. Commandment in this, Saf, but a full trio still lurks down on low ground.
You see Bucky just looking down. They have that high ground. They're holding it. You got to assume everyone's out of materials. Just look, 0 mats for Coop as well. He's trying to play anything desperately now for placement points here. His mech kit's going to go off. Booga is by himself. He needs to do something massive. He already has done so much. Yes, the zone's going to favor him. He's going to be able to go back here now. Day staying alive, holding a torch for his crew. No, he gets melted from up above. Now, Booga.
No mats, man.
Sorry, he's by
Gotta hate
himself.
it, bro. I love this part, man.
So difficult to play in these situations, but Booga is one of the best at it. Meanwhile, Saf has taken out a bunch. And I think he actually has almost height, but here we finally have Booga going all the way down to low. He had a slight engagement. Fierce has been taken out by Bucky. Crunchy behind Booga. They'll have to deal with him too. No time to take the mini, and he misses the shot that he needed so much, but the path has already been built.
There, he gets shot from behind. Crunchy is also going to get met with another one, so Stretch still alive here. That's going to be a massive frag. 10 already in a full trio. They're just on the hunt. 1 player left. Who is it? Someone scrambling between the builds. Yeah, just trying to stay alive here. Okay, Saf's going to find one. Wait, this is possible potentially right now. Can he do a clutch? No, not going to be enough.
GG's, boys. Incredible game right there, man. And so many eliminations, too. You love to see that, man. Oh, my, what a great end game, bro. That was perfect.
That was crazy. Very hard to keep track of because of how many different layers there were and how many times it kind of bounced back and forth. It didn't end up having one of those crazy falls except at the beginning, but there was still time to kind of move around the edges. I really like that attempt from Saf. Very close. He had high ground really late because Creo and Bucky had fallen all the way down and they were trying to frag out, but Saf was just like, shh, I'm here. I'm still here. Almost had it, but it just wasn't quite enough.
I would say, like, if he wasn't so high up, it was realistic. That's why for a second I thought he had it, because getting that big knock, 1v2 is pretty doable with the power shotgun in the tight zone with the siphon pending. Like, that was very, very close. Very, very great job by Saf right there. Either way, steals the extra point.
Yeah. If he was a little bit lower, definitely could have clutched the 2v1. All that matters, though, is he got that nasty elimination. It was able to thirst it, by the way, to secure the point, which is just huge for his team, man. And Skittles holding on to 5 jalapenos right here. This is early taking him out. He was dishing out those jalapenos during the late game rotation. And that's the sniper you're looking at right there, by the way. Yeah. Super far away. 0 chance of actually thirsting that elimination. This is where
It's funny.
just gets absolutely beamed.
Because Stretch was actually putting fire upon Reverse 2K for so long, and he just got enough of it. But still down in towards the end game, Avery, Arkham, and Skittles, they didn't quite make it towards placement this game, but they did get the eliminations early over at Camp Cod, and then continued potentially to get a couple more. I know Arkham lasted for quite some time, but I'm not sure if he made towards those thresholds. Illis, Furious, and Clipsay too, who were in first place after that ridiculous shot onto Zexro and Calc. Furious as well. How did they do this game? You know, pretty decent. Not yet at towards those placement thresholds, but at least those 2 were confirmed.
And the points, they're looking to spread out now, right? They're starting to really hit different squads in that final moment right there. Like, Booga, they needed these placements and these points. They were so far behind before. So look at the big clutch right here. The great shots, the follow-up. I mean, Ninja, you called it. It looked like you've been waiting to call him the World Cup champ yourself for a while.
Yeah.
You hit that line.
100%, baby. Gotta do it, man. Booga's so talented, and it's always great to watch him pop off. It's sometimes can be a little bit more difficult when you're in solos. It's all you. When you're in trios, sometimes your other teammates shine, but it's always great to see Booga remind us that he's a top player, man. This is the beautiful elimination right there. And again, the thirst, so important to actually secure that point. But you're right, Monsters, you mentioned, way too high up. Don't think he had the mats yet, and just gets beamed out of the sky, man.
It was almost like he was, just making sure the one thing that he had to do, he knew there was no opportunity to clutch against 2 people spraying up with the height that he had. He's just spraying in to confirm that final elim. And what we're going to do now is confirm the scores. When we come back, we have game number 4. Don't go anywhere. A quick break and we're back in the action. It's just me and Monster D-Face now. Ninja had to go, take care of his wonderful dog. And he'll be back potentially next week in the next Ninja battles, but we'll have to see. Monster, these games have been absolutely fantastic.
They were great. Had a fresh breath of perspective from Ninja as well throughout the course of it, right? So just overall, just a different vibe that we're not typically used to when it comes down just sitting here casting, right, shooting the
Yeah.
stuff here, watching Fortnite. So that was just a great rhythm, great cadence of rounds of games we got to watch.
100%. Guys, go show Ninja some love for the casting that he just did, because it was a lot of fun. Regardless, get back to the actual tournament at hand. Game 3 was just one of the craziest zones that we've had so far today, and Bucky, Creo, and Stretch come out on top with 21 points, which they absolutely needed, Monster. They were so far behind before this.
Yeah, after falling in that second game, that donut that they caught there put them in a big gap here, but way to close it. 11 elims, and then more importantly, everyone else didn't get that much, right? The previous rounds, we felt like other teams were kind of close. It was very top heavy point wise. This time, very spread out. A lot of crews got different points on the board that time.
Yeah, definitely they did. And there's a lot. I mean, you see it, 11, 11, 11, 11. So we'll have to see what ends up happening for the overall standings. Regardless, this is game 3. Big things to note for some of these different guys. I think Uncut, Macwood, and Zex are one of the few teams that went down towards the end game, not being able to get over that hill. They net themselves 0 points after a 20-point game, so that leaves them with a lot of room to make up and a lot of space to catch back up in the next 2 games.
Here it is. Here's the next page. This is your overall standings now. This is the current leaderboard as it stands. Only a 5-point lead for Eclipse, Illis, and Furious, who didn't get many points that last game around, but things are getting closer up here. We're starting to see our clear breakaways potentially. Skittles, Avery, Arkham, Commandment Scented, Edgy. And look, Reverse, Day, and Miro. Consistency paying the toll here. And now, 5th place. That 21-point game put them up there. Bucky and crew.
That they are, and then a bunch of other people. It's surprising to see, this is a high score for a lot of these guys. They are in the top 10, but they still have so far to go. I mean, we're approaching and up towards that 50-point mark, which is around this time, or around the space that we see our winners come from. Ninja battles after ninja battles. So definitely something to keep in mind is around 50 points to 60 points is where you end up with your winner.
Yeah, and I just wanted to mention there, you saw Zex, Calc, and Mac, that 0 game right there put them right back into that top 10 funnel. Just a couple of points would have been the difference maker and breaking into top 5, giving them more of a lead, right? More of a indicator to potentially be on track to take first. So it's not looking too good for them, but they're still in the question. Now they're thrown back into the bunch with the rest. Here's your final pages. Everyone finally getting some points. Well played for Nick, Punisher, and Replays. At least they got a few put on the board there. So no donuts here.
Off the change of drop spot, finally leaving and going, I think, towards retail row is the thing that we have. But what I'm seeing there is Xset Monster. Right now, they're sitting very, very low on that scoreboard and only 1 point gained in the last game for something that was a new zone, and they came over that south side again, landing over towards Fertilla. It's been working for a full trio like them of AV, Shark, and Knight, who have dominated in the scrim scene, in the pro scene. Maybe it's this, 20 teams thing kind of affecting them a little bit.
Yeah, it really can. It changes your dynamic, changes how you fight, changes how you position, how people look at you right when you're coming in. So, a little bit of a atmosphere change, but 3 games down, you think maybe now they can try to do something a little different. 2 zones were the similar ones, so, kind of put that where that is. That one was a very unique zone as well. So, overall, it's been a messy games of Fortnite. Like, we've been all over the place.
And fortunes change. I mean, obviously, Bucky, Creo, and Stretch, all of a sudden, they get really, really good positioning in that game off of, you remember that battle, that small skirmish at the Prowl, where it was the Black Panther Prowl, where Scented and Edgy came out of Misty Meadows, and they were trying to push them off and away from the Rift, but they were like, no, we're staying on the Rift. Compared to the way that they had to rotate last time, which was the vehicles up through retail row, this time they got a little fortunate maybe, or just solid positioning?
I mean, it was very different. They took a completely different angle, right? Just the way they swept back into the map. So different terrain, different teams are facing, right? Everyone has their own tendencies. A different squad might have taken that fight, right? Like if that was Benji, Leshy, and Savage on height, right? And that angle, they're probably inching their way down towards you to see what they can do with that. But the more passive squad, Incented, Commandment, and them, they did not do that. So everything matters, who you go against more importantly.
Yeah, we are about 30 seconds until game number 4. Speaking of Benji, Savage, and Letchi, they didn't get Dooms a single time yet out of 3 games that spawned in the hangar, and they've been gifting it to, say, Saf and Stretch. This time, I think their fortunes might change, but how important is that actually?
It's huge because you get first dibs on the Volt, which we all know that is why players play these drop spots. You play them for the power loot that you can pick up out of it, and in trios-based game modes, you have more mouths to feed, so it's ever more important and weighs more in these games.
So game number 4 is underway. I 100% agree with you. That vaults, that Chat, Booga, and Jamper have also been getting access to. I'm not sure which one is stronger in this case, but in any case, so many different things to unfold and unpack. Right now, our leaders in points, Furious, Illest, and Eclipse, they're landing up towards this northwest of the map, splitting, I think, Coral Castle for a good portion of it. And here's the fight that I was talking about, or can you even really call it a fight? Saf, Zayt, and I kept wanting to say Stretch, but no, it's Unknown Army, actually, against Mr. Savage, Benji, and Lecce.
That's an interesting wide drop there. You saw a little bit of the Authority, the island off to the side, the shack on the other side. So widespread in the center of the map. Here's a quick swing through perspective-wise of how players are getting the split here. You talked about it, Doom's Domain being the main cornerstone. Up above, the doghouse as well being a part of that loot route there. So Lecce, Savage, Benji are holding the northern portions. Now the question is, do they have the Doom here? Yeah, they get it again. Saf saying an unknown. That's ridiculous. For the 4th game now, another Volt pickup.
It should be easy too. Doom's not even firing back, so they'll have easy pickings to that. They still have to go collect, and it could be a chance for Savage, Benji, and Lecce to switch things up, but I think they've been pretty happy with how early game is going, especially given the fact that we've seen them disengage out of the top north side of Doom's Domain twice so far. Ooh, a big elim in the feed monster. Jaith onto Furious. That's the team in the first place right now, potentially going down early.
I have to assume he landed at the lighthouse, right? They've been playing that northern area. From what I could tell from when we had those several map shots, it looked like the castle was completely free. So he must have been a little too north, and no. Wait, possibly.
Snipe.
Okay, yes, possibly, yeah. See the distance there from the lighthouse. Okay, makes sense. I would say otherwise, it's like, why land on them, right?
They gotta get there.
It takes some time.
Yeah, no, they'll be able to pick them up for sure. And if anything, they can get the card and reboot from there. And the team who shot at them was the team that Benji and them have been engaging with up on that north side. So good shots in any case. Things will be fine. Not a single player again. We're getting even tighter, it feels like.
Yeah, this is gonna be the crunch time now. And what's happening here? Illis is trolling right now. Wait, he can't get the full res. Oh, he has to move him. Hey, that might actually convert into Elim, as unfortunate as it sounds. It just seems like something was going on there with the pickup. Regardless, though, because of that, it's just biting into the time, biting into the clock. Now, finally, a minute, 30 seconds left for them to get their route on and heal. It's kind of rough, and this is the first big engagement.
This is the first time we're seeing them fight at all. Benji Fish is already backing up. He might actually take the ramp. Yes, a good flank. Saf is going to be the player who has the early warning signs, but Zayt will be the player, if they don't get that alarm bells going, that will get absolutely beamed. Benji, yes, still on the flank, but they've taken a low ground position now because of Mr. Savage and Lecce playing a little bit more passive, and Zayt turns around. The IQ of this man. He already knows, and instantly the bounce pads up to force the 3 versus 1 against Benji Fishy.
That was just high-level play versus high-level play. Both of them had this same idea, executed better, though, on Zayt's behalf there, who just peeked over a little later with a little more elevation, and that's going to be the difference maker and setting this up to be a 3v2 fight. And yeah, look, Lecce has to run now. He's going into the mix here. This is a great disengage. At least they know this place in and out. And wait, are they cut off already? Oh, for a second there, I thought they were already there to meet him.
They are, pretty much. Saf is right there, starting to put on the fire. They lose the LMGs that were the pressure point last time. Lecce might get some beams. They do, but not too much, and he has the chug splash to get right back up. Vault now accessed, so they have to make sure they have both paths covered. Satan Unknown potentially go from the beginning, and he'll also box this up. Yes, so they have to spend some time to get out once they go into the vault. Zayt pressuring from the front, but this could be a full-on standoff.
This is kind of crazy, looking like they're trying to set this up to be a good old-fashioned 2v2 once Unknown steps into it. Saf playing a little bit of the gargoyle here on top of the porta potty, so there's no exit for the crew here. Unknown, according to the map, looks like he's getting nice and close, so here it is. Oh gosh, all right, so they do have that explosion ball as well here. This is tough. but you also don't want to push into the vault, right? You don't want to push in either. It's kind of dangerous.
Oh my goodness. Taking a little too cheeky, but he does have the heels back on top, and he pulls another big pot, so everything is just fine. The idea is to pressure them out of the vault so that they go up, and this is it. Lecce actually goes back to Doom's domain. They didn't realize that this was the escape path all along. They've been duped. And now, they almost have no clue. It looks like they are facing their way back up north. I'm wondering if they still want to engage. At this point, I say there's too much time, and yes, they fail on their ultimate goal of getting the full trio white, which is what they wanted, the 3 points to get back into this game. If it was going to be easy, but at this point, it's certainly not easy.
Definitely 9. Great plays by Lecce and Savage. Just enough pressure onto Zayt to back him off, but sticking around here, they're getting that attention once again. Sav's got an idea there on high ground. So it looks like that fight's probably going to get extended. It's probably going to carry on over. Here's a look at that wide map shot, though. Just getting, you know, more of a full grasp at what's on the line here, how the players are playing. This is another southern draw for the most part, so it can end up any which way down here. It's another big engagement. The first that we're seeing between the two crews here. Xset versus Emad, Acorn, and Slacks here.
Over at Holly Hedges even, so this path that they're kind of taking. Acorn gets back up to the team. They do maintain height now. So it's Xset going to be fighting from mid-ground up. At the same time, Shark has a really nice angle, and they're kind of split. So here's Silver Surfers up, and yes, all at the same time. Knight misses the shot, though, but they're still pouncing, still getting up at a 200 pump to put Acorn right back in the tree. Not going to try to continue to push all the way through the box, but the full finish is here, and now they got to take things a little slower. Emad's going to disengage off the top. And I think same thing with the other players. Yes, and they beam him out the sky, too. Slacks is low HP.
Crazy. They lose that with the advantage to kick it off. Slacks did have high ground. They had all the angles perched in on the crew here, and for them to step into the box fight, not be able to engage and execute properly, that's a rough one. Knight, though, looking to cut them off, and he's going right into it. Okay, this is risky, but I think they all have the mobility. Yes, they do. The whole team is already here. It's a 3v2. It's a tough one.
This fight is taking so much longer than I expected it to. The Rifts will start to disengage one, but Emad is left all to his lonesome. And even though he's in the corner, there's no escaping now, especially with the shakedown, and that player is gone, though. So Emad's last teammate is completely out of here with the Rift, and they've yoinked it.
Yeah, it's out of reach as well. Oh, lucky for them, though, there is going to be another Rift here. So they are going to be able to cut across, gets that southern portion of the map, like we mentioned. Not needing to stick around here for too long. Drawn out fight, those they're dangerous because that's going to eat into their material count. Now as a 3-way team, they're going to have to figure out how to continue to bounce back, but the server population should play into their favor. Here's a look at the other side of the map.
Ooh, they got a second Elin. They got a second one, and of course you remember these guys, Zayt, Saf, and Unknown, were in and fighting against Lecce, Benji, and Savage. We know one of them fell, Benji Fishy, who got trapped in the 3v1. And they're actually very close to a potential solo. They don't know this, of course, that the other players are on the other side of the hill, but they might start to try to engage onto Illust.
Just look at the car. They're angling right back at him, so it's looking kind of scary for Illust there, but Bucky Creo trying to set up, and yeah, it's a full-on battle. It's going to break out from the storm line. They do have that slight advantage of HP just because this team's coming out the storm, but not that much. Little do they know it's a relatively healthy crew. Entire trio, they're all going to park up on top of one another. This is reminiscent of the same setup from Xset versus Emad, Slacks, and team just before this. Let's see how they execute, though.
Huge fight here for Saf, Zayt, and Unknown.
Oh, look who's sneaking
and
up.
well spotted, but yeah, sneaking up. Another third party in the mix, and they might ruin actually their own chances right now because Saf, Unknown, and Zayt are fighting the first place team. Calc, Macwood, and Zexro, if they knew that, they'd be happy as everything with the situation that's unfolding right now, and they just get the tags and back off. Thankfully for them. They don't have the information, of course. Here's the dive all through the box, but it knocks them all out, and they're going to shockwave away. And they get away too. No chasing right now, at least not that I can see. Now, Furious, Illust, and Eclipse have putting themselves in a better position.
The only things you see inside of trio-based game modes, these kind of big engagements, the execution to try and time your entries, all of that was well played, well calculated, and more importantly, that factor you never know. So little did Calc, Macwood, and Zexer know, but they probably altered the fate of the entire standing for the remainder of the game right there. That was a massive, massive decision.
Imagine what happens if Illis, Furious, and Eclipse go down to Zaitsaf and Unknown there. All of a sudden, everybody has a chance. I mean, of course, Arkram and Crew, who are in second place only by 4 points, are still going to try to hang on, but that's a big team that's not going to accrue some points in this game. Doesn't happen, though.
Let's see how fate's going to play out here now, though. Calc, Mac, and Zex on the move, using this build to cut straight up the middle. Time to get to this new zone here. 2 minutes on the clock as the zone's starting to tighten, constrict the players towards one another. Zyph, Nosh, and Clicks. Bit of a first look, I'd say, from their perspective, at least come the mid game this tournament so far.
This is nice. This is something that, you know, we got into a little conversation with Ninja about, the insight that he gave about reserving space and claiming it in a sense. Here in the Central Islands is kind of the best place to show off that entire concept. Zypha staying up at the spot that he had, Clicks, they were all stacked up on top of each other, but all they needed to do, really, Nosh all the way out on the other side. Zypha's protecting right now, and they've just earned themselves a wider array on these mountains and the drop. So not only the space to take shots like this, Zypha has access to, Clicks on the other mountain does not. He has access to something else, shots on Lazy Lake, and eyes on how to rotate through there. So this concept goes a lot deeper in competitive Fortnite, especially in the team modes than you really would expect.
And that's the proper point right there, especially in the team modes. Take a look at your current leaderboard for a second there as it flashes by. Just gives you guys an idea of how the top 10 are stacking out here, who to look out for, what crews are looking to continue to hurdle up their way. Because if not, I mean, Eclipse's team has got a nice point threshold over third place at least.
I love this from Replays Punisher and Nick A30. They're just slight difference in their early game, and all of a sudden they're making it much, much further. And already having a say towards the lobby. They've taken a very decent amount of space over towards the center of this zone, and a much different zone at that. We're not getting the first two that we had up towards Stark Industries, and we're not getting the one all the way south towards the Misty Meadows Mountain. This one's right in the central range.
All right, though, they're going to park up right on top of Zuni's N-Pen. N-Pen and crew are trying to back up. They don't want to be that close. So on the rotate they go. Okay, is this Aspect here who's looking for the big shot? The entry right now.
Good loadouts. 6 shockwaves. The sniper to potentially fire up against Coop once again if they open up. Zuni's and crew. It's been very rough going so far for them. 9 points total, 3 in every game, which means potentially just the first placement threshold. That is a lot when you think about it. They make it towards endgame and pretty much early 8th every single time, which is, you know, even farther into endgame than you can imagine. But just not finding the elims, just not finding the synergy to, you know, take high ground or have a massive pop-off moment from low like we saw Eclipse say.
Yeah, it's much harder to do than you guys might think. Those placement points are very difficult to get to. When you heard it from Ninja's inside himself, it feels like it's miles away, even in squads, because just one player is the different maker to keep the squad in the game, and placements to be canceled from being given out. Aspect is looking through the cone there. Okay, he's not going to find Illis. It's like these guys are just playing with fire every time they rotate.
And sometimes the most ballsy rotates that really make you win tournaments like this. Just the most risky plays, sure, dangerous in some regards, but if you can, you know, get away with it, then you're big chilling. Another high ground position, another central point earned for Stretch, Bucky, and Creo. And let me remind you guys, if you remember and watched Ninja Battles 3, which was hosted by Reflections and Sancho West, those were the winners. They ended up taking at least Bucky and Creo. Stretch was on a different team at the time, but they're getting ever so close to get in a position to fight back. Right now, 26 points for them. They're in the top 5, but a far way away from Eclipse, Illus, and Furious at the top.
That's right. And man, just that premium spot that they got right now, just to see over everything, have the max material potentially, because they're probably refarming over at that main building. Oh my gosh, Furious with the downrange snipe onto Slacks there. That's going to wrap up what was left of Emad's team. And out he goes.
Couple drops landing around the map right now, and third zone will continue to constrict. Center is, I think, right above Bucky, Creo, and Stretch, which could be really huge, although it could be all the way towards the edge for them regardless. Right now is the time we hold our breath if for a replay is Punisher Nick A30, and it does pull even farther into the center. But I keep harping on those guys in the center at Lazy Lake, Bucky, Creo, and Stretch, the best position by far going into this fourth zone.
Yeah, they are in the heart of the zone right now. They quite literally own the majority, and not only that, the best spot that you can ask for here. You think about it as if this was a high ground elevation, it's kind of the mountaintop, right? It's the peak spot you want to be on right now. They're going to use just that. And the fact that they get zone 2, they're not going to have to commit.
The crazy part too is they're actually split over 2 buildings. Bucky is by himself. Stretch and Creo are on the other building away from them. At least on opposite edges right here, controlling so much. The Hill Tragics and Funk, they do get in with a car. They get into some old tarps, not theirs though, not owned by them, so they can't make any edits.
Still good reads though. They're gonna go ahead and hit on out. Looks like Booga's done lost Chap and Jamper this game around. That late rotate.
And no Elams either. 15 points for that team. Game 3 was their best, 11 points. You have the surge warning, 50 players though, so that's already completely established as Zuni's takes out Illust, actually. That's Aspect's team against the team in first place.
It's pretty big now. We're seeing the exchanging of blows and how it's going to start shaping things up. We're getting to that half in, half out in just a second here, just a moment's breath. We'll know how much more difficult it is going to unfold or play out for some of these guys here. Nate is going to do the wide rotate, so they're going to get in. They're not going to expend too much material either, but the HP onto Funk is pretty low. He's going to have to heal up shield-wise. Here's Eclipse, Illus, and Furious. So Eclipse, is he by himself now?
By himself. By himself. That's the clutch. Has to maintain his first place position. Again, he's 5 points ahead of Arkram, Avery, and Crew with Skittles. One of those players falling to Zuni is now all up to Eclipse, and we already saw what he could do in game number 2. He'll have to do it again, but even from a more difficult position, because he still had a teammate up against Exo, Macwood, and Calc, mind you.
That is true. That's definitely going to be something to take into the factor here. But all right, it's going to be an Eastern draw, so towards that retail road, towards that river bend down below. That's where you saw Nick A30 replays and Punisher set up just by the mountain there. So they're going to get blessed in some way this time around. Eclipse is going to take the vehicle. Okay, I like to play because he's by himself.
Speed.
Yeah, that was a great rotate here because he is by himself. He kind of needed to get to point A, point B quickly.
He still has tools too in his kit to actually stay alive for so long. Doesn't have to worry about teammates at all when making these modified bouncer shockwave rotates or crash pads too, and he has both. Actually, all 3 of the tools in his kit. I'm looking over towards the center. It looks like there's a solo there too. Arkram, Skittles, and Avery are the guys who end up taking heights, but Saf and Unknown are actually challenging, and Avery will have to block them off, spend a lot of the metal there. Skittles is going to try to pressure down again, and they do. They succeed, but for how long? Because you know those guys are hungry. Arkram is posted up all the way away from them, by the way. Look at this split on high ground in 5th zone, going into 6th.
And I said this at the start of the show for that reason. It's trio game modes. Teams will get aggro for high ground coming into zone 6. You don't see it anywhere else, but it's going to work out too because Arkham saw Zayt building up towards him, and he puts that pressure down, puts that defense down just enough to back him off. And that's all because they decided to wait it out for just a little bit before getting together. Now, though, it's going to be up to zone 6 here. You can see Calc and crew have already so far apart. They're at the other side in front of the zone here now. So already making some big movement. Underneath though, Zayt, Unknown, Saf sitting up on top of one another. Now it's time to cut across.
Thankfully, for a lot of these teams, it's not going to go straight towards Avery and them since it pulls max distance for them. They're going to have to shockwave across. They could still maintain, but it's going to be much more difficult than just building from a position where they had zone. Sexor will trade onto Clicks and Zypha. No, it's full of them. They've actually gotten both. Maybe that entire trio. No, Nosh still alive. Has to go up the hill right now. But they're chasing right behind them down on low ground. Nosh with only 47 HP. This is going to be difficult.
This is a big deal because the fact that he's alive means that there's 18 duos up. You can see the damage threshold. My gosh, English is hard to grasp for a second. It's going down. This is going to be closer and closer here now. Just 30 seconds and teams are going to start getting zapped left and right. Avery, Skittles, and Arkham did effectively split their shockwaves as well, so plenty of options for them. We can best believe they're probably going to be stealing away some extra points. Unknown's going to fall in the feed there to Thieves, and Haas is going to fall to Bizzle as well. So now up the mountain it goes as it pulls all the way east. This is that Retail Row mountain. Now more southern between the two.
Day Reverse 2K has also taken towards height right now. They land up there, I think, with a coordinated shockwave. Nosh in his cone. Funk knows, though, thankfully. Nosh is not going to be able to pounce on that. Eclipse, the first place team, is now down and out before any placement thresholds has come through. So finally, a big donut for them, which gives a lot of room right now for Skittles, Arkham, and Avery to overtake. And they've already gotten themselves 3 points with the 12th place that they've earned.
And there it is now, finally placement being earned. Look how late into the game. It's zone 7 in the high ground fight. Dubs trying to get a piece of the action on today. This might be a free Elam here. And Nick A30 out cranks on Tamiro. So Nick is on height right now. He actually eliminates Scoped as well in the feed there. So what is happening? But somehow Nick snatches high ground. Punisher's gonna find Blake as well. So there is a big change up, and that's what happens when you get granted that half and half out. So it looks like they were making the best of it. But no.
That they do, but first 2K gets it right back, so I'm not sure where Nick A30 went, but he got another Elam, so things are looking good before getting taken down by Day. Scented, shockwaving up, Edgy 2. Reverse 2K has lost it now in the top 8. More placements going out to Arkham, Skittles, and Avery. Right now, they're playing the passive game. They're playing the quiet game. They're playing the winning game, though, because given the fact that we know the top team has fallen, all they need to do is play the quiet game and potentially earn themselves a top spot in Ninja Battles Week 4, but he does pick up at least some mats to work with.
That's right. You can see that the shockwaves didn't pay out. They didn't get to their teammates in time. Arkham tries to make a big play for height. Not going to work out. Commandment's going to hit him with a big pump shot. Remember, they didn't have a lot of Elams before. Reverse falls to the same fate as well. And out goes Miro, Day, and Reverse now. No longer able to accrue points. 6 teams in the game, so lots of placements still given out, but more to earn here for the rest of these competitors.
And Skittles is now the last remaining player of what we have to assume is first place now, given the fact that they've got the 1 Elam. Almost make it 2, but there's a player on the outside. Bizzle, he has to go down for Skittles to actually survive. And no, there's no floppers in zone, so Bizzle will hold him out. Now it's all up to Commandment, Scented, and Edgy. They were top 5 before this game, potentially now could rise all the way up and challenge against Arkham and crew, and they're doing just that, slaying down on low ground with a few, and also trying to pressure down onto Bucky and Creo. It's now top 3 of teams.
Finally, though, Commandment and team finally getting some points that they much need. Bizzle's going to get met with a big shotgun shot. All these hype plays are just getting shut down by Commandment, Scented, and Edgy right now. As you'd expect, they just don't miss when the opportunity presents itself here. But now, just one more player down in the low ground. It's a 2v1 situation. It's Mega, who somehow survived all that, even without Bizzle and team, and it's not going to be enough. It's going to be a clean sweep for Scented, Edgy, and Commandment here.
7 Elams for that team. That's 7 points already, plus the Victory Royale, 17 points. And for a team who's not far away, they were at 32 points before that game started. All of a sudden, we're getting very, very close to them actually being the people in first place. So that game shook up a lot. Obviously, our first place team went down early. You saw Arkham Skittles, and that team end up really clutching up towards the end. So all is up for grabs, I think, right now.
Yeah, with Eclipse not being able to really find much. I mean, he had some great raid hits. It was looking, pretty credible for him with all the mobility that he had at this time there. But that puts all the points into second place, though. Like, now that's really going to drive that second place team up, create more of a gap. I'm not sure how the rest of the points are going to play out, but even with Commandment at least in his team picking up a victory royale now and a fair amount of elims, they should be in contention.
That they will. So we'll take a look at some of the moments from that last game, because there definitely is some things that we have to pay attention to. First off, this big fight in Doom's domain. Unknown, Zayton Sath, they had that pinch. Brilliant onto Benji Fishu, who tried, actually it was Lecce there. And then there were so many other things. This fight in Holly Hedges too, Monster, with the big three-way team Xset and Emad's team.
Yeah, and you can see there, that's how Emad falls, trying to just wait for the charge. He had it fully cooked up, but it wasn't going to be enough. Here's one of that beautiful snipe that we saw on mainstream there. Yes, Slacks is going to fall. This is just how that Emad's crew gets wiped out of the game. And Eclipse, I mean, he had the Silver Surfer. Maybe if he would have broken through the builds there, a potential extra play. Oh, was it? It might have been.
Yeah, I think he just bombed himself. But the rest of the game, it was a couple of different fights for height. We even saw Nick A30 challenging for a little bit there.
I thought he had it.
There were so many, yeah, I thought he had it too, but reverse UK Day and them were too strong until, of course, Scented, Edgy, and Commandment actually came over top. This was Skittles trying to clutch a few more placements. He got to top 5. So that's definitely worth at least a little bit for him to push himself back up into contention with, I think it's going to be Scented and crew.
Yeah, but even with Punisher falling in 6th there, do you want the points going down towards the bottom of the chain? Not really. If you're up at the top, you got to be stealing them away, because if not, like we said, the second place team is going to run away with a gap in points. But 7 elims victory royale for Scented, Edgy, and Commandment there. Not too bad considering their first game was, I think, about 3 elims or so. So big step up.
Yeah, and just to do the math, they were at 32 before this game, plus the 17 points that they just got. 49 points is where they stand. I know a few of the top teams did not get a couple. So while we do that math, there's still a lot of other teams as well that we have to tally too. And we have our final remaining game in Ninja Battles coming up after this quick break. Hello and welcome back to the final moments of Ninja Battles. Here we're getting ever closer to game number 5, the final game, and we've got a huge shakeup, Monster, in the leaderboards.
Hey, things are shaking up. I mean, you did a little bit of the tallying for us, so we know top three is going to be looking a lot different coming into it. And with the last game in front of us, just the fact that we saw first place nearly fall twice, right? There was that time where they got into that engagement outside of Doom's domain, and then obviously Eclipse again taken out, shows you that any weird kind of engagement will change and alter the entire standing.
And while that might not have gotten to a full fight, they still obviously lost 2 before endgame, and then Eclipse had to solo clutch. All of that time that they spent, posturing against Saf, Zayt, and Unknown Army, and even Calc, Macwood, and Calc, Macwood, and Zexor coming back into this, that makes things difficult. Regardless, there's still so much up in the air. The big name the big team that we want to talk about, Commandment, Scented, and Edgy, with that win and 17 points.
Doing well. The Victory Royale being a difference. Is that their second win of the day? Hold up. Now that I think about it. Or would they get second in that game one?
I think it was second place.
Okay. Yeah. Regardless of what, though, their placements are coming through. Like, they're doing big things this time around, and pulling up a Victory Royale nonetheless is still impressive. Remember, we talked. It is their second win, right?
Yeah. 100% it is. The first game, I completely forgot about that. It was Commandment, Scented, and Edgy, but they were overmatched by Arcrum and crew because they got so many points. But in this case, they kind of flipped that script. 17 points, much more than the 14 points they got in game number 1, but 2 wins now for Commandment, Scented, and Edgy. I can't believe we missed that.
And that's what I was saying. I was like, wait, I know. Like, I felt like they had that win. They had the 4 elims. They felt like they were dragging behind. It was a point that we made. Ninja had us distracted. Blame that guy.
Yeah, exactly. Too hard.
We're going way off the tracks there, but there you have it. And these results here, these are just the game 4 results, guys. This is not the official standings, but still shows you how the points were divvied out across the board.
Yeah, so definitely some impactful ones there, especially on that first page. But then you can see the people right there in 15th for this game. Eclipse, Illust, and Furious, only 2 points from Elims. Only those 2 points because they had such a struggle getting in towards the zone. Same issues are plaguing so many different teams. Calc, Macwood, and Zexro, only 3 points for them after a really, really solid game number 3. So things are, getting really shaky. But at the top, it is Commandment, Scented, and Edgy. The winners, the 2-time winners today, 2 victory royales for them in game number 1 and game number 4. 49 points puts them 4 points ahead of second and 5 points ahead of third. It's still up in the air, but it's looking good for them, especially for Commandment, who could be a second-time Ninja Battles winner.
Yeah, but that was way closer than I thought it was going to be. Skittles and them just at 45-44, so you can see how tight the run is there. And look at top 10. Yes, being a 4-point difference between 6 and 7, and then all of a sudden things get very, very close as we get towards Young Calc, Mac, and Zexro. Well, they had a game where they didn't score anything, and for that reason, they're down there in top 10. But, one big game for any of these crews here will push them very far up the standings.
Yeah, and the threshold, I mean, to think about it for a second, the highest point game that we've had so far has been, the 11 elims and the win from Eclipse, Illust, and Furious in game number 2. So that potentially is something that these teams on the back end, the teams who have 30 points-ish, can pull off. And if they do, and the top teams end up falling and not doing much in those games, still chances for them. So if you're in that 30-point range, you need a crazy game, but it still could happen.
And, just this last page, what stands out to me most is that great game 4. Nick A30 Punisher replays, pulling up 8 points, not too shabby at all. It's going to get them very far up there and at least closer to get into that top 10-ish if they just have one more good game. So that's impressive. I think that'll be the best he's done so far in all the Ninja battles. So well played.
Yeah, 100%. And that's really cool, too, to see them from, a strat that wasn't necessarily working out, but still to maintain composure, maintain the vibes in a sense in the competition, change your drop spot, change your plan, and all of a sudden, 2 games back to back, you score points. And this game, that's some significant push up the leaderboard. All of a sudden, they might actually push in towards the tail end of the prizing.
Yeah, Retail World's a great draw spot to have now all that loot fall into a 3-man team. There's ample there for the whole squad.
Yeah, back in squads, it was Booga's entire squad, 4 players now, and they were all fine with just landing in Retail Row and moving from there. So they were happy with that. Certainly there's enough loot in trios, although back then it was actually 100% chess spawn. So
a lot different.
We are getting ready for game number 5, the final game. Let me remind you, and still so many threads. Zayt, Saf, and keep wanting to say stretch, man. It's so annoying. Unknown. Zayt, Saf, and Unknown in Doom's Domain. What can they do? They tried to W key this game, but it did not work, clearly.
Hey, Savage and Lachey were ahead of the curve there. Some great disengages, great mind games playing with the porta potties. More importantly, some serious defense. When they huddled themselves against the wall there in the vault, and they knew no one can come from behind. The shot, the accuracy, it didn't matter what kind of ping they were on. If it's toe to toe, they were connecting.
Yeah, you don't trade with Lecce. But they were, and it kept counting, and it kept forcing Zayt and Saf to actually Saf was playing defense on the porta potty, and they kept doing it, but they forced them to be a little slower, a little bit more careful, and that gave them the room to escape.
Yeah, and once they did, I mean, Saf did try to, press the envelope there. We knew that he stepped away with the second Elam. We never did get to technically confirm who it was, so they could have possibly found another one. If they did, that's going to be the green light this game, the final game, to say, oh, man, listen, we bested them, that round, maybe before we gave them a lot of respect, but, the way that one played out, I think to see that, if it was the second Elam from the same team, they're probably going to be pushing in the early game at Doom's Domain.
Yeah, and now they're starting to look like out of the running. 25 points is where they're at right now. Of course, that is a huge rise. 24 points. Just, difficult, very difficult. I do want to talk about a battle that actually could determine the tournament, because every game we've seen Reverse 2K, Day, and Miro, they've been shockwaving height every single time.
Yeah, and that's something scary, something you got to look out for. It's never safe, but Balla, take it away. It's the final battle bus going on the way here.
Here we go. Game number 5 is underway, and there's so many teams trying to get towards this top spot. How do they change their plans to make sure that they can cement themselves? Because for sure we know Scented, Edgy, and Commandment have been landing Misty Meadows for a full trio. They've had the practice here, and there's no adjustments to be made, but we did see that one time Bucky, Creo, come through and fight for that rift, so maybe that could affect them if that happens again.
Look at the even more bullish attempt on the draw spot from Miro, Day, and Reverse there. It's kind of spreading out, even going for the Quinjets now early. This is where we saw that snipe on the start of the drop. We know that. We definitely talked about that, actually. Remember, that ate into about 1.5 minutes of their looting time. And that was the one game they finally did bad. So if you think about it from the wider picture, I mean, that could have been the difference for Eclipse A's team. That
it could. This was a very, very, actually, I didn't realize where they were dropping here. Avery, Skittles, and Arkram. They've moved into some space that Booga Chap and Jamper have left now that they've gone over towards Starks Industries. Yeah, and because of this, they realize this team is splitting over at Camp Cod. Don't forget, this was Tilts and Crew. So this is 100%. Another thing that could happen again, it might depend on the zone. Here, 4 seconds is when we're going to get that first zone, but Avery's still not connecting. He's starting to run out of ammunition. Potentially also time to loot, but that guy is definitely low on mats.
He's got to be careful here, though. The shots are coming back, but this is why they pushed into this area before. Remember, they set up that wide kind of play. Avery had the scoped rifle to kick things off before. If his aim was just a little better, he would have had several knocks and possibly thirst already. Unfortunate. How many times do you hit for white before it's not enough? But it is what it is. Still, either way, on a big fork in the road for that squad there. Here's a battle that we want to hopefully see unfold here. The Volt is secured again. Is this 5 games in a row?
Yeah, that's 5 games.
Wow.
I think this is very, very good luck. Of course, yeah. But at the same time, when they have the position here, if the other team wants to open the vault, even if they get Dr. Doom, they have to contest with them, right? Because they're posted up. But look on the minimap right now on the bottom right.
It's different.
You can see them. You can 100% see them posturing, getting ready for something. As we look on towards the rest, other teams to note, Bucky, Creo, and Stretch. Look at their split. Slurpy Swamps is their home. They're all the way over towards Misty Meadows. This is why they were able to approach. And in the meantime, the same team in first place right now, free at Misty Meadows, and nobody going to end up getting anywhere near them.
Yeah, definitely is going to play out like that. And I still want to bring our attention back to Doom's Domain. Just the way they're posturing, they're literally looking for the ambush right now. They're trying to do something completely different. Mr. Savage, Benji, and Lachey here, look, just looking to wait them out, get them to come out, and then put the pressure on. This is quite the opportunity for them right now. And I mean, I can only say that as it stands right now, they have the advantage.
I think this is the first time that this fight is going on their terms, but again, they kind of split it off because of the way that these tunnels are working, the secret passages, but they do finally win the first engagement. Lecce against Zayt with the pressure of Benji and Savage, but the split that they have works really well. Now Lecce in a pinch, and he does get down, but he dives in the box. Benji's gonna be able to take out Unknown, so whoa, come on, finally. And he saves Lecce, no siphon available at the other side. A full wipe for the EU boys. Benji, Fishy, Lecce, and Mr. Savage has come on across the ocean and won Doom's Domain the first time that they fight fully.
You gotta give the credit to Lecce there, who wins the 1v1 versus Zayt, the pivotal battle in this one right there. Huge for Benji to come up in clutch, though.
That it is, but look here, Rift's right on top. They got to continue to fight, and I'm gonna have to guess this is Clix, Smackwood, and Zexro. Yes, they're known for this. They're known for pushing in for Doom's loot later on. Hasn't been such an influence recently, but all of a sudden they've wiped one of the best teams in the lobby, and then straight back on to another fight against another one of the best teams in the lobby. Zexro, Mackwood, and Kauk. They must think that they need something in order to actually win this tournament. Things are getting a little aggressive here in Game 5.
Benji's already on to the next skirmish, though, like you said. And here it is. They're looking to come in and collapse on top. It's Mackwood on the other side. They got the pinch. Okay.
Switching things
Not
up
looking
here.
good at all there. The tag's coming in. Down goes Benji. Now the pressure comes in. Lashi's gonna fall as well. They're just crumbling under the pressure here, Bala. The left shot, the right shot, and now Savage has to run and just try and do anything. We've seen this happen before, and I mean, he's just hiding because this doesn't take you anywhere. So he's just in there, kind of hanging out, vibing right now.
That he does. And they do get the loot now from it. Kauk, Zexor, and Mac would have the vaults and Doom's loot, I think. Mr. Savage has none of it, yes. So they should 100% grab some of this. And from now, what do they need to do? They need still a really, really big game. Of course, they had the big game in Game 2, but they kind of let it slip out of their hands. At least 3 of those extra points, maybe 5 total, if you count the Elim points too.
Yeah, and, you know, is this a grief? Because, you know, he's scouted out. They know he's in there, but he's... yeah, like, what can you do? You know, like... Oh, man. It's kind of funny. All right, though. Big plays, big brain plays by Savage.
It's all burning. What a terrible place to burn. What a terrible place to be at the same time, regardless. That's just 1 point missing now from Mr. Savage at the Elim. They're just going to wait for it, too. The zone eventually will come on overtake. Is there actually any possible way of Macwood getting that? No, of course. In any case, they'll move forward with a very, very good chance here. I think right now they're kind of focused a little too hard.
They're trying to open it just because you can see him in there.
I don't think that works.
No, it doesn't, but they tried. Oh, man. Hilarious.
This fight was a really good choice, too, from Calx, Xro, and Mac. By the way, they saw in the Elim feed, they saw in that action feed that there was a fight breaking out, and instantly they're like, okay, hold on, let's go over here, especially after seeing Lecce was the person who won that first Elim. So because of that, they're like, this is a time where we might be able to get the advantage. Another fight breaking out, one maybe less so impactful, Emad Knights and Acorn against, sorry, Emad Acorn against Shark and Knight, the X-Set boys, who have both of these teams have been struggling on the leaderboard all day.
But they've won this one the first time around. X-Set's team, at least. That's what we saw in the previous running. So here it is. Slacks versus Zav in a 1v1. Looks for the edit, though. Not going to find it. Extra pressure coming in, and now the side edits, too. Let's see what Zav can do here. Great angles from him. The first tag, the 50, and the follow-up. And now into the box he goes, trying to get the control. This is a bit unfavorable, so he's going to have to slow it down now. And this is a
Slack's still fighting. It's a very big commitment on the side of zone too, and you already see people on the inside of zone starting to fight or starting to poke shots at this too. AV has height still. This is looking exactly the same stalemate. The 3 versus 3, but split on height for the X-Set boys. But Zone overtakes, and it will force him into even more of an uncomfortable space. Even more shots being fired from what I think looked like a truck inside of Zone.
It's literally a car driving in circles, putting some pressure down, but it doesn't matter. Av goes toe-to-toe with the wrong person. You can't take the Bloom battle against this guy here. No, the Slacks is going to go ahead and get shooken down. And now it's going to give the clear indicator. Where are your teammates? Underneath he goes. Themat's going to fall as well. And now is the quick follow-up for Acorn here. All they have to do is wrap it up. The Zone might just do the rest. And yes, there, Shark gets his elim that he needed.
And he does also stick the res right in time. I think 2 more ticks would have taken out Knights. As the Cabbages as well. Savage has made his way out finally of the porta potty. He's taking his sweet time in there. But final game, you got to get as much comfortable as possible. Now the double med kits too, he'll be fine to get back into Zone, especially now that there's a taxi too that he can grab. Probably dipped into the vault as well. Calc, Macwood, and them are long gone. I'm wondering if he picked up some cards.
Probably not.
So.
He was just forced out of there, kind of left to leave his teammates in the dust as they got shook down. So definitely no opportunity for the cards. But still, you think about it, these are strategies that you can employ at the Doom's domain. These are still learning moments for the crew on NA right now.
A little bit of a scuffle with some of the bigger teams right now to watch. Just Stretch, Bucky, and Creo. Down below, this is where Creo was landing. And they've kind of regrouped over towards this because of the way that Zone is pulled outside of Slurpy Swamps. But a fight between Nosh, Zyph, and Clicks. We know how aggressive Clicks can be. Also, Nosh, too, just recently joined Cloud9. Oh, and in the background, it's Scented, Edge, and Commandment. That's our first place team. So things could get super, super wild right here. 2 of the most important teams leaderboard-wise, and one of the most aggressive teams in the lobby.
It's actually a good call there. Also didn't realize, Nosh was on C9. I've been watching him this entire time. Didn't notice that he joined Cloud9. Cool to watch them enter back into the space. Becoming a key player. Picking up, was it Avery as well, I believe? Some pretty big signings from Cloud9 lately. Scented, Commandment, and Edgy looking around right now, trying to get an idea. Where are the other players? How is this going to play out? Zypha, Clicks, and Nosh, of course, holding that high ground. Creo, Stretch, and Bucky based up below, refarming the interior of the warehouse there. This is just going to be a hangout spot of the sorts.
So we started off very aggressive in this lobby, and all of a sudden things have really cooled off, although we say that, and Avery picks up Jamper in the feed. Another big team here. Reverse 2K, Day, and Miro, who in my mind are the sleeper agents to not only win the tournament, but also disrupt it heavily. They've been contesting high ground over and over and over. Time and time again, they've been putting themselves in positions to win games. That last game again, they took it. They were fighting against Nick A30, or if you recall, and then all of a sudden, Commandment, Scented, and Edgy came out of nowhere. But if they don't go for that very late high ground take again, it could be Reverse 2K, Day, and Miros for the taking.
Oh, look at this battle breaking out here. Zextro, Mac, and Calc already looking to take a fight, looking for angles as well. Dubs is in the cone, though. He knows Zex is to the side here. They might just jump on this opportunity. They could if they really wanted. Mega playing the defensive stance here, trying to look for the open edit, the opportunity to get in. Bizu does the same, but Bizu gets punished first this time. Now they're forced to back up, switch positioning. Macwood already trying a new angle now. Get him from behind. These are his walls.
Dubs, Mega, and Bizzle haven't had the greatest of days, but still a big threat to be reckoned with. Over and over and over. You never want to be engaged with them. But on the other side, you could say the same thing. This team a little bit more aggressive, though, Zexor, Macwood, and Calc. They like to take fights like this, and they need to take fights like this again. They need to get their way back in the game. LMGs are making this really difficult for Dubs and Mega. They push them way back, and now all of a sudden there's no space. They have to go. They have to take the rift and be gone.
Yeah, they're gonna follow him, and that's what's gonna. That LMG really shook up the dynamic for the battle there. You can see once they got them in the tunnel together, the dual pressure from both sides.
They're chasing.
Towards the end, this is the chase here. Let's see, Macwood, how aggressive, how confident do you feel? How close are you gonna get? Oh, he's going right in. All right, he's looking for the box fight in full. They're gonna find dubs in the backside here. 25 tag onto Macwood first, but still, same fate. They're in the lead for the fight.
This needs to be clean, and all of a sudden it's not. Macwood is down. He falls into Dubs' box, and then shockwaves away as he falls. So now all left up to just Zexero and Calc, and they're already starting to run out of resources, starting to run out of ammunition. 88 bullets. He's gonna go right back up to one of the bodies that they actually did take out and get the loot at least. And the reboot card, there's Mac's body. So, how does this fare for this team? Where are they even gonna get that reboot off? Has to be Weeping Woods, that's the closest one. It's such a difficult prospect given the fact that there's people in their way. I don't think that's possible. Now Zexero and Calc still gonna go for this 2 versus 3.
I wonder how many people at home press the letter M with me on my keyboard, because I was trying to see where's the van? What can you do? Calc looks like he had an idea. It's not going to fare out though. Furious, Eclipse, and Illis are going to find the quick upgrade here for the knock. Now Zexero's left by himself, and yes, they're diving onto that as well. It's not looking too hot for him. 46 HP. Bizzle wants a piece still. Yeah, there it is. Shot from behind. FaZe team's going to get it.
But something to note. Look at the split number 1 for Eclipse, Illis, and Furious. Illis so far away from his team. They must have gotten a refresh there, but they also picked up, I think, 2 parts of that fight that just unfolded. I think they just picked up 2 of Zexero, Macwood, and Calc, which means they push themselves ever closer to Scented and Edgy. That's 2 more points. They're now 3 points away from overtaking, depending on what's happening on the other side. Meanwhile, we haven't gotten an update on Arkham and crew in quite some time. I'm wondering where they came out from that south side of the zone.
That is the biggest competition here for sure. Points, though, falling in their favor is going to be definitely a momentum push for them right now. Zone 3 is starting to close here. 40 seconds until this one touches down. Let's look at the players that are starting to stack up. Booga, Jamper, Chat haven't been doing too much here, but they are near Reverse, 2K, and Crew. We're doing all right. They're in the top 10. They're in the top 5, I believe, actually. So still important games for all of them. First place, though. The run for first place. This is it right here. How are Eclipse, Illis, and Furious going to close this small gap that's in front of them? They already have that 3 points.
Final zones before we reach the end game. We've got 2 more to get through. Here's the map breakdown. Arkham, Avery, and Skittles are all the way south and faced off very close by against Scented, Edgy, and Commandment. They're waiting for the zone to reveal so that they can start moving. Bizzle, Dubs, and Mega are right in the center. They're going to start to take a little bit more space up towards the north. And they still got to refarm. If they're refarming right now, that means that either they're just making sure that they're topped off or they're kind of shambles.
Yeah, it could have been a standoff between these 2 teams here, Commandment, Edgy, and Scented. Just judging by how they're like halfway through the burn there, and both of which have to get something going. Either way, though.
Monster, the fact that they've moved first here out of the dam means that they can actually hold their biggest competition, one of their biggest competition, their biggest threats on the leaderboard out of zone. If they can eliminate them or at least significantly push them to shambles, I'm talking about the team down there on the south who hasn't made it in yet, Arkham, Avery, and Skittles. If they can pressure them enough, competition gone. All they have to worry about now is really Eclipse, Illis, and Furious, who we know have a really solid position right now.
Kind of feeling the tension here, though, between Nick's team. They're just like straight staring at their base, not trying to give them any opportunity. It could have been Nick's squad that they might have went against. Here's that hold that you was just giving the attention towards. Avery, Skittles, and Arkham are going way wide here, trying to get to the mountain face there to hug across it. That way no one up above can put that pressure down, limiting their lines of sight. Snick A30 and team looking for angles here, trying to see what they can find. They're not going to get hold, not successfully this time at least, but it is going to cost them so much heavy material as Avery burns through majority of his.
Not the biggest of impact in trios because you have 3 players who can carry material. So if Avery burns through his, they still have, you know, potentially up to 1,000 mats, which they definitely should, given that they stayed so long at the electrical facility at the bottom of the dam. They did get up to over the dam, so that's important. Benji Fishy's back!
I was just gonna say, what happened there?
What just happened? Benji Fishy's back from the dead. Let's see two. I think no. I think.
No.
Right,
Something's wrong there. Yeah, there it is. It's catching up. There it is. It's catching up.
Just the feet catching back up.
I'm like, well, hold up. He's lighting it up. What just happened?
Okay, we were for sure thought that Mr. Savage had no way to get those cards, but anyways, ignore the feed for just a bit. Ignore the feed for just a second while it catches back up to all the action that's unfolded. And pay attention to this. 2 of the top teams right now have to rotate towards 5th. It's an almost max distance pull for both of them. Worse for Arkham and crew, but they can force Commandment, Scented, and Edgy now to waste a lot for them to build in, because I don't see any mobility monster.
None at all. Not here. Well, the crash pads now, but it's going to be close here. Now, here it is. Players are starting to go. You see the shockwave send them flying. I think that was Clix's crew there. Yeah, granted a free rotate. Now I can just walk down and slide on over through the side of this mountain. 39 players. This is the lighter lobby of the bulk that we've seen so far. Av is going to find Mr. Savage, who is by himself. So that's one more crew crossed out of the competition. Top 12 is going to be where the placement points start to be given out. All of which are very important. But this is a game that's coming down to elims, as both of our top 2 teams are still in the game.
They do make their way in. I was worried for a second that they'd have to get up and above with teams pressuring them, but thankfully they don't. They're so close to not even being in. In any case, the lightest game, and that also means that some points will start to get divvied out. We'll get 3 for this top 12. Stretch, Bucky, and Creo look like they have a solid position. It's not all the way height. It's Bizzle, Mega, and Dubs on the back side of this that have height. Meanwhile, Blake, Cease, and Scoped are facing off against them.
Posture between the 2 powerhouses looking at one another right now. Bizzle has his shockwave in hand, though. He might be looking to make a move, but someone's sneaking up on him. Okay, Dubs is getting punished. Okay, he was not with the group up top, and for that reason, the Xset boys are going to hop on top of him. Might just set him back a little bit, but it's all right. He gets back up. They can heal back off. Zone pulls straight towards Cease Blake here.
But also away at the same time, because it's going way west. Sentinel Edgy make the mad dash. They're getting ever so closer to that edge already. It's very good, but on the backside, Aegis, Coop, and Has have an LMG. They don't want to get close to them. They don't want to get lobby focus, which is starting. Arkham is one who's committing to that as well and adding fuel to the fire. 2 teams in between them that want them gone so hard. You've got to be so careful. Situations like this, when you're in the lead, your skins give you away. Here's the pad from Arkham and crew. It's not the best, but also not the worst.
It's going to be enough. It's going to be just enough to keep him in the game here. As Edgy Command, we're jump back into their perspective. Look at this. They've pretty much exhausted half of their material for the early rotate and the pressure, but it's enough to stay in the game. As they're just breaking closer and closer to get to that placement point. Still 13 teams, so no points given out. My gosh, this is getting closer and closer.
So many teams as well have full trios. You can see 13 and 39 players were up just moments ago. Replays and crew are in endgame once again, close to that point threshold. Avery, Skittles, and Arkham right now tied for first, depending on what the team up at the top, which is Eclipse, Illus, and Furious, are doing right now. This is a close game between 3 trios. Here they are, Illus, Furious, Eclipse. They've got 3 of their own, so that's the lead right now above Arkham and crew.
And they're now just trying to make us rotate here, staying up, but he's split. He's split from the crew, but hey, at least they're still alive. There, Furious is using all of his crash pads, just trying to get ahead. He's going to go to the ultimate low here, the easiest place to find your teammates. One call is down here. Get to me is what he needs. Some backup here. Is Arkham now trying to work his way around the outer edge. And yes, Arkham's crew is all together. Multiple elims for Arkham, Avery, and Skittles.
Day's still up as well. I saw him get a couple of frags. Stretch 2. Well, we might be paying attention to these 3, which is so important because they're at the top. And if they claim all the placement points as well, it literally has to be a difference in elims, which I don't think will happen. Furious is in trouble. Eclipse is down. Commandment's actually firing upon them, and he might even be able to get close to them. Edgy's right on that wall. Meanwhile, Skittles and crew, they're right now for free, and they did get a pick on the day. He went down to zone. They have Silver Surfers if they do want to make a play for height. Commandment picks one up in zone.
Illus gets in the truck.
Oh,
Illus is in the truck.
In the truck. They can sit here for so long, and it's also going to be a path for them to take this truck all the way to end. Nobody can hop in. Not a single person. This is a ride towards the top, but still they have to outplay Commandment, Edgy, and Scented. They need elims.
He started doing, now they jump out, no material, no, Phyllis gets taken out, now it's up to Furious by himself. This is up in the air for first place right now, but Avery and crew still finding so much. What is Furious gonna do? He gets taken out, crossed off the board, it's no longer possible. And now Avery, Skittles, and Arkham already at 10 eliminations, looking to best the kill threshold for this game already.
That they are. But also this win matters so much. That's an extra 3 points if you get towards second. Skittles now 10 elims with Avery. That makes 12 points. Potentially
Wow.
another, yes, the timing is good. And still we have Commandment, Scented, and Edgy out. They're done. They don't even make it towards top 4. It's just Creo, Stretch, and crew now against Nosh. I think Skittles still down on low ground. Potentially Arkham still alive in this one too. Top 2. 2 versus 1. Clicks against Stretch. Not sure where this is going. It is Stretch who wins the game. Creo down on low ground with the support against Clicks. They make it happen and they get the win, but there is so much more that just happened. Arkham and crew just got a 10 elim game, plus I think it was close to 12, maybe 13 even, if what I saw was correct, if my eyes didn't deceive me, because there was too much to track that it definitely could have.
I was gonna say that final one in the zone there, he hit something nasty, hit something vicious, and it secured. It was the full elim, so it did count.
That it did. So still a lot up for grabs. That was game 5. That was the last one. We don't know who is in the lead, but I'm pretty sure it's Arkham and crew. We're going to have to definitely wait for that. But what a game, what a tournament monster. It's been early game battles, early game standoffs that end up eventually coming to a specific spot, but also really, really nice endgame play.
Hey, just having a nice, unique pool of players to look at, the premium pool, some of the best of the best. That was fun, as you said, just great action across the board here. Here's a look, the highlight, the recap to take us back. This is one of the best plays. You called it correctly. It was close, it was clutch, and look, Benji following up left and right here. Saf, the control, opens the wall, just so good for Benji. Big
So
plays.
nice too. He got the siphon on that specifically so that he could turn and take that bloom fight once again, because they were running low on whatever that they needed there. And then the big brain play out of Macwood and them to Rift onto Doom's Domain. It didn't really work past actually just getting a few elims, because they ended up still having to try to W key through and they didn't have the tools to do it.
That is true. Here's some of those game-changing situations here for Zexro and the team. He tries to get into the vehicle. This is where they get burnt out of the comp. Just bad plays, bad timing. Everyone looks in. What a game. What a series. What a great set of fun cast. Honestly, having Ninja up here as well. Just a treat overall this Ninja Battles Day has been.
That it has been. This is it. This is where I think potentially the winning run was going off. Bizzle, Dubs, and crew were fighting off. And then at the same time, we had Skittles literally clutching up, and Avery. Look at this. 2 elims for Avery, 5 for Arkham, 5 for Skittles. 12 elims, final moments. Meanwhile, Scented and Commandment only had 2, and they fall just 1 more placement closer. So I think that this is definitely a big gap now. I don't see how they could possibly be close. Regardless, Stretch and Creo in the final moments against Clicks, who made it for the first time all the way towards the top 3, but still a wonderful face-off with the double spray up above. Clicks are going to have to do some crazy things to outlive that one. It was possible, but Stretch put him down quick.
Definitely the back and forth, the difference in those end games. I mean, hey, we saw that first place team. What was it? Scented, Commandment, Edgy there. They got 2 victory royale, still a big trump in its own. So close all the way. I definitely, I don't think we can say with certainty right now who's in the first place. I think the top 3 all made it that close for us.
Yeah, that it was. I mean, you also had the Eclipse A team, Illus and Furious. They had a really, really good position. You remember they were taking shots down on Zexro, Calc. Definitely a difference from where they were in the previous game when they struggled against it and Saf, and then struggled even past that because they didn't find the room and the path forward, the rotation that was clean.
That's how it all played out there. What a game of Fortnite it has been. 5 big ones for us there. A lot of prizing on the line. Ball, if you had to guess, though, you take your pick on.
100% the guys who got the 12 elim streak in that last one. I'm already like, I'm doing the math in my head and I'm pretty sure it's there, but of course I won't confirm. We're waiting for that right now. They're tallying up the scores so that we can put it on the screen and declare a Ninja Battles winner. Don't forget, I've been caught by this before. We always show the game results first. We always show how many points they got in that game. So if you see somebody at the top, it might not be necessarily who's going to be the actual overall winner. So just a warning. That's what they're doing in the back. That's why we're kind of stalling right now. But yeah, what a day of Ninja Battles. Monster, you were right. It was a blast having Ninja up here casting with us. It was, you know, a little more loose, and we got to have these really analytical conversations about the game, which we don't really get to have too often.
Yeah, for sure. Just being able to break down things, get that fresh perspective, that fresh voice in, and honestly, just the raw, right? This is Ninja raw, uncut, the talent there just coming in, giving his own feels and his own pro perspective too, right? We got some references we don't really get to hear very often. Just opens up the idea, right? What it sounds like when you bring in people that have more competitive experience in the recent times. Just get to kind of talk on their behalves.
100%. Sorry, I'm trying to get confirmation of what I just heard in my ears. I'm pretty sure I heard the standings already, but in any case, we're getting very close to doing that. Sorry, repeat one more time. No, working on it.
Getting him ready.
I can't hear because it's like a little scratchy, so I can't really hear what he's saying when I'm talking. Regardless, so much still. I mean, Monster, it's kind of a hard question. I put you on the spot, but I'll give you some time. What was your favorite moment of the day? Because there was plenty of things. Remember that identical zone? There was the first end game that, you know, went a bunch of different ways, and then the second one was Zexro, Macwood, and Calc almost coming through with the Eclipse Edge clutch.
Oh, this is a tough one all the way. Definitely on the spot here. If I had to call a spot, the two Furious and Illis jumping in the truck there, that was kind of exciting. I'm not gonna lie. It's a lighthearted play, but like it's a strategy play. Like getting in the car, that's one of the toughest vehicles to even line shots into. No materials, right? Like just all overall, like that was a pretty impressive play.
The issue for them, though, was the fact that they actually needed to not be in the truck at that time. They were behind in points. They had to catch up. And all the teams that were fighting for it, because of the way that this tournament works, with the 20 only teams with the reduced size of the lobby, they're all in endgame. And what ended up happening was Sensu, Commandment, and Edgy actually blew up their truck, which may have caused the downfall of their team before they got towards the top three, before they got to the winning moments. In any case, definitely a strat, but was it the right one? Still up in the air, I think.
Hey, I mean, it was a valiant play either way. And then, of course, we got to give a shout out to, what was it, Eclipse, who had one of the most ridiculous runs that second game. I mean, I teed it up for Ninja thinking that, you know, Zexro and team were going to walk it home, and that was not the case.
Eclipse just comes through like a wrecking ball off of low ground, while Zexro, Macron, and Calc, they thought that they had the game in the bag. Right, they really did. They were like jumping off of high ground. They were spraying like crazy, trying to take box fights against solo players. But little they know, there were still two up on a team, and he'll roll through you if you end up jumping in the same box at the same time. Just a couple of pump shots, and that's a clean trio wipe. There's still, though, a lot to be said about some of the other teams. I'm really happy to see Benji, Lecce, and Savage play today from EU, you know, a little later than normal, but they contested one of the most interesting teams, I think, at Doom's Domains.
Yeah, one that we don't typically get to see contest in the early game, so still fun to watch that dynamic play out. Here's a look at the Game 5 results, not to confuse the overall standings. Bala, what do we have here?
This is game number 5, and it was Skittles, Avery, and Arkham with 13 eliminations, not just 12, and then at least the final threshold of placement to put themselves 20 points, which definitely should be enough. I'm looking at the difference between them and Commandment Center to Edgy, 10 points there. Bucky and Creo Stretch pushed themselves way up, though, with 17 points, too. And Reverse 2K Day and Miro, they kind of did the same thing that they did every single game, Monster.
Yeah, they were just there in the question, in the conversation. 11 points, probably one of the better ones of their performances for this afternoon, this evening here. What do we have here? The last page as it all plays out. A couple players not finding anything towards the tail end. Rough one to pull for them, but still great competition there. You see Mr. Savage, Leshy, and Benji, the 3 points from the wipe.
So close. Definitely the wipe against Zate, Saf, and Unknown Army. But the moment we're waiting for, the moments to reveal the week 4 Ninja Battles winner. Who's it gonna be? Oh, we get to go back to front, Monster.
Every time, this is how they do it. They raise the tension and suspense for us here on the table. Man, look at man. I'm so proud of Nick Punisher replays come from getting nothing pretty much in the first half and then turning around with a change up in the drop spot. All of a sudden, 17 points over Booga, Chap, and Jamper, who had Stark Industry to themselves. I'm so confused as to why they didn't find a lot of success, and that's an actual competitive trio, right? Like, they play and practice with one another. So kind of scary to see as we're leading into FNCS.
Yeah, definitely. Some eyebrows raised in any case. Still, you expect them to do well, and they have done well. So just one day does not mean much at all. Regardless, 11th place Unknown Zayt Saf, 25 points. They put themselves up there after some very middling performances. You remember the first game where they were like kind of dive. Zayt and Saf just told Unknown to dive or something like that. We didn't have the comms, but in any case, final page before we reveal our winner. And here are those players. Mega, Bizzle, and Dub turned up in the last game. 11 points to put themselves at 36 in top 7. Zyphanox and Clicks. Remember, they got second in this last one.
That's right. And Calc, Macwood, and Zex there do just enough to hold their top 10. Here it is. We're about to tend into this last page, Balla.
Last page, let's do this. Who wins Ninja Battles Week 4 for one final time that I'll say it? It's Skittles, Avery, and Arkram by 6 points over Commandment Scented and Edgy.
And all because of the monstrous last game there. You see it, the 20 points, way to strong. Hold and keep it on the closeout there, and that's your beautiful shot there. The celebratory, overlay. Skittles, Avery, and Arkram. Well played for the kids.
An awesome job from all of them, obviously, but Arkram has gotten close, and he is a West player. So don't forget that. He is a player who's playing off ping with 2 that are, of course, on ping. And I think this was the last-minute trio, a team that formed in the very, very last seconds before the tournament. So well done from them to find the chem and to win the tournament. That was insane. They had multiple really, really good games.
Definitely, but kind of a heartbreak too to see a team that took 2 victories out of the top 5 not take the tournament, but still everyone else is up there. Well played. It was a great game overall. Lucky for us though, Balla, we are going to be able to peer into the inside of the winners this time around. I mean, it's not to start prepping some questions because, I mean, you called it, right? I wonder who was even the captain of the squad, right? How do they band together, right? Who was smart to call Arkram up? Like...
This is a big question. I want to hear from all of them, of course, but we can only hear from one. Regardless, we are going to start prepping that interview. And for a team, I mean, we can talk a little bit more about their journey throughout the tournament, because I'm looking at their stats and just remembering too, they started game 1 with one of the most ridiculous things, which was 10 or very close to 10 elims, and then still doing well. And then from there, they were consistent all the way through with multiple games, and then to close out with that 22 elims. I definitely want to know how they did it, and we're going to start prepping that interview to find out.
Yeah, I think he's going to be dragged in here shortly, and then we'll be able to kind of break that one down there.
That we will. We are going to get an interview with Skittles, and if I think correctly, I think we have him. Do we have him? No.
No.
I'm going to say no. All right, cool. He dropped out.
Oh,
Okay,
I was gonna say, I was like, I know I saw him in the Discord. I'm trying to prep it up, slide him in, but all right. So he's gonna be rebooting up. We'll get him in here shortly. What's it like? 25,000 online, I think, for first place there too.
It's a big pop
Of the
really
80K.
is. Yeah, 80K, and every time they do this Ninja Battles, it's 80K more. So there's making some serious money off of this. Of course, split 3 ways through the trios, but it's always a fun competition, and we get to do the typical thing in Fortnite, which is give a lot of money out to some of the best players who deserve it because they put on a show every time.
100%. It's how the series is. It's how it all kind of plays out for him.
That it is. I think I heard him, but I don't know if I heard him in the right place.
Can you hear me?
Hello, Skittles. Do we have you?
I think so.
I can't hear him. Do you hear him, Monster?
Yeah, I hear you, Skittles. I think you're coming in a little delayed on the responses, but what's going on, man? You just took first place. Congratulations.
I'm doing good. Yeah, doing good.
Roger that. Okay, so first off, I want to say congrats on taking first place here. I just wanted to know who was the team captain this week around. How'd you guys end up with your squad? Because it's an unconventional team, but you guys got first. That's impressive.
Yeah, it was quite the weird team. I happened to be a captain somehow. I'm blessed to be a captain. I don't know how I got that, but yeah, I was captain and I was looking for teammates and Avery hit me up. Like, I know we got history. Like, I kind of costed him a lot of money back in the old tournaments, but that was an old me. That I'm not that guy anymore. Then
The old
You made it back for him, right? I mean, clearly,
I mean,
right
yeah,
now,
but
you just made it back for him. So he's
it
gotta be
worked out
happy.
like that. Then he
Nice.
has, I guess he has connections with Arkham, so he got Arkham to play with us, which is awesome. Arkham is really good.
There you go. Talk to me a little bit about the game plan today. I mean, I saw you guys, taking that old weather station caddy split, and then you started all of a sudden switching up and really pushing that team down on Camp Cod. How did you guys come to this decision, and who's kind of making the calls for this trio?
Avery and Arkham were calling most of the shots here. I was just there for the ride, fragging, but we saw the team down and we got zoned, and they wouldn't expect us the first time we rolled them. Then we realized that trio wasn't the best of trios, so we decided to do it twice because we had two of them like really low off the start, and they couldn't farm mats because they had to get heals first. So that's how we pushed the second time.
And I saw that. Yeah, I noticed that when you guys set up that fight that first time around, you guys dominated. And then the next time we tuned in, Arkham was already putting that big pressure on those shots, the landing. You guys just had the one up on them. And it played off, right? You guys caught a great lead onto the tournament. What do you guys think about the lightly congested lobbies? How you are enjoying the new season, right? Because we had a lot of competitive changes this week. So it's our first taste of trios, right? It's your first taste of what FNCS will be like. What do you think about the state of the game right now?
I mean, the obvious 100% chest spawn, not the best, but the movement in the game, I like it. A little laggy with the shockwaves, but I like it. Crash pads, like it. Bouncers, like it. Just good for trios. Like, if you get split up, it's easy to get back to each other. I don't know. Play a tarp.
Awesome. I do have one final question before we let you go and hear about your shout outs and whatnots. Skittles, you've been somebody who's really started popping off lately, especially when you think about solos competition. I mean, in FNCS, ridiculous. Some of these dream hacks, ridiculous. The things you're doing off ping too, ridiculous.
Yep.
Tell people a little bit about how that all of a sudden came out of nowhere, to me it feels like. And then also, what's the future for you, man? Are you the next champion over and over and over? Because you start here with Ninja Battles.
I hope I'm the next champion, but I don't know. Ever since Invitational, I don't know. I played the game more because of quarantine. Not a lot of things I can do. I realized my PC wasn't the best. Got an i9 2080. Started grinding the game all day. Just, if you want to be the best, play the game a lot. So I started playing a lot more than I usually did. And I don't know. I just actually started VOD reviewing people doing good. Because obviously I'm not good or not good at the time, so I'm going to copy what someone else is doing and interpret my gameplay in that gameplay and make a better gameplay.
Well, there you go. It's working out. Skittles, where can we find you? Where can we watch you? Where can the people find you?
Skittles on YouTube and Twitch, and Skittles on Twitter.
There you go, guys. Congratulations, man. One more time. Thank you for taking the time to interview and being a wonderful person to talk to. We'll see you soon, man.
Thank you for the chance to get an interview.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
There we go.
You're a good
too,
guy.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was really nice. It was a little delayed for me, but it's all good. It is what it is. We still got some insight from the man himself.
Yeah, definitely. Gotta love hearing from the pros themselves. Glad he's enjoying the state of the game. Good on him to start just stepping it up, grinding, upgrading that equipment, and now look, it's all paying off here. And we're leading into the next season, which is going to be the big question: how the rest of Fortnite is going to play out. Bala, we had the pleasure of having a taste of trios this time around. That was just good old-fashioned Fortnite. It really felt like good old-fashioned Fortnite. Yeah,
that was awesome. And we got the taste of the trio cast too. Hopefully Ninja will stop on by the casting booth one more time if we post these as well. Yeah, potentially. We don't know when the next is, but regardless, guys, it's been a blast. Hope you guys have had fun. This has been Ballers TW and Monster D Face coming at you for Ninja Battles Week 4, but it's now time to say goodbye. A sad tear, but that's it, guys. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time.